All right, and we're live for another volume ending. Holy shit. Luvion, how's it going, man? How you doing? DSV, how's it going, buddy? Justin. Spectral, I don't think I've seen you here before, man. Thanks for popping by. How you doing? Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Ramiro, how's it going, buddy? Oh yeah, I did see Easy as live. Man, bro, I can do whatever I want. I can't avoid Easy overlapping stream. I can't do anything about it. There's nothing I can do. How's everyone doing this fine Saturday morning? Let me get chat on screen. I see that's missing. Zaku, Nightwalker, Amnesiac, Pushcar, how's it going, guys? Who's this Aman fellow? I don't know what you're talking about. What? Who's that? Never heard of him. Bug, how's it going, man? Amnesiac, I know. Milos already warned me about it. I am so ready, Bug. I am so fucking ready. You wouldn't believe how ready I am, bro. That's a monocle? Who's this Aman fellow everyone keeps talking about? I don't know who that is. I'm the whiz you've all come to know and love. Of course. Who is this Aman fellow? I keep hearing this name. Milos, how's it going, buddy? Okay, yeah, okay, okay, you're a bitch, Romero, for that, bro. Human costume. I don't think I've seen you here before, man. Thanks for doing. Thanks for popping by. Also, select the thumbnail. What do you mean? What do you mean, Pushkar? Sin Trap. How's it? Sin, man. Holy shit. How is it going? I haven't seen you in for a stream in so fucking long. I only ever see you for, I only ever see you on Minecraft. How's it going, buddy? Oh, Volume 7 new oh yes, we will definitely do that. I'm sure we'll pick it from the artwork that Milo sends at the end. We'll do that. It's gonna be a long fucking stream. We're gonna be here for a while. Okay. I'll probably send chapter ranges for the first bit of my... No worries, Luvion. I appreciate you, man. Love you, buddy. Is that not a word? I think that was, but whatever. Bro, what in the dog shit is this word? Make some good expressions for meme today? I'll do my best, Pushkar. This is... What is this piece of shit word? E-L... E-L... E-X-E. Quantum, how's it going, buddy? Oh, Volume 6 was so fucking good, dude. Volume 6 was so... Dude. That fucking, what do you call it? Just the Chernobyl part alone is like... That is like peak media. I don't... Like, that is actual peak media. Oh my god. Wow, this... U L E. Going great. I'm playing Silk Song, another 10 out of 10. Nice, man. Nice, 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 nice. Ah, I see. What is this piece of shit word? Okay. X. No, E. X. U. G. E. Bulge. Oh, that might actually be... Oh my god! Costume, you are my goat! I don't... Assuming you didn't know that and you guessed it. If you knew it, then that takes away a lot of the coolness factor, but... Oh my god, you legend if you didn't know! You fucking stud! Oh my god. Jefferson, how's it going, man? By the way, can anyone guess where the music is from this morning? Before we actually start changing music for... Chill, man, how's it going, man? How you doing? Divine. Saw the first one and thought of it. You legend. You fucking legend. Spectre. Spirit. White. Persona 4. Bug. Spot on. Good on you, man. And we always start with... I've been starting with Persona 5 recently, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, we'll do 4. Yes, Quantum. Kami already warned me ahead of that, on that ahead of time, so I'm gonna be keeping an eye on that. Mr. Fool, you finished the novel? Wait, seriously? Holy shit, that's fucking awesome, dude. Oh, fuck yeah. Alright, Jesus Christ, he was not kidding. 1258. Okay, got it. Wait, 1258? Oh, so there's nothing for, like, the first 10 chapters? Oh, based. Okay, cool. Oh my god, he's gonna make me do the... oh, for fuck's sakes. It took a year, though. I hope I get to see the volume ending. Is Easy finished streaming? Or is he still streaming? I'll come back to you after Easy stream. Alright, sounds good. He's still streaming? Oh, I see. Jazz, rap, oral. Easy's gonna do what? That guy's on some different shit altogether. What the fuck? Is there another word that means like a ghost? Anyone else seeing this? Because like white, spirit, specter. Milosh, didn't you already pop by? What the fuck? Am I making shit up? Shade? How does shade mean like... What? Interesting, okay. Tinab, how's it going, man? Okay, split, tall. I was thinking like, poker, but no. Rap, choral, Americana, jazz. Rap, jazz, Americana, choral. You've never encountered a shade? I don't know what that... No, not in that context. When I think of shade, I think like... When I think shade, I was thinking like, you know, from the sun. What the fuck? Forecast, divine, read. Shade is a ghost or a spirit of a dead person? Really? I've never heard that before. Forecast, divine, read. Like to get your like fortune told or whatever. Call? Fuck. Broke, blue, split, burst. Just something broken. Ruptured. Nice, nice, nice. I see. I'm telling you, after like 5 minutes on your face, the monocle starts feeling like it's part of you. Like it doesn't hurt your nose anymore. It's weird. Part of me. What do I mean by that? Sudden, unexpected, unexpected, rare, reliable. Reliable, rare. Reliable. Often? Believe? Belief. It's part of you. Jesus Christ, DSV, do you have to put it like that? What the fuck? I feel like I want to get rid of this though, because like, I feel like it just gets in the fucking way. Plague, how's it going, man? Merlin, how's it going, buddy? Oh, by the way, just for today, since it's a volume ender, I don't know why I didn't think of this before. I really should have, but whatever. I turned off monetization, so none of you guys should see any ads today, just because I don't want y'all to like miss shit because a fucking ad pops in randomly, right? So I turn off ads. So you guys shouldn't, if YouTube decides to just fucking, I don't know, randomly add them, I can't do anything about that, I guess, but I turned it off from my side, so you shouldn't see any. Reliable, rare? Reliable. Bro, I keep thinking cars. Toyota. Okay, rare collector. Rare. Does anyone have a finish this many? We're gonna try to do sub 4 hours quantum, but I mean I'm gonna have to push like a motherfucker, if I'm honest. But I feel like generally once I get into like the rhythm of stuff, I can go pretty quickly, so we should be sub 4 hours. Valuable? Oh. Valuable, collector, collector, reliable, collector, reliable. There should be like one word between collector and reliable that should get us to. Collection. Collection, collection, reliable. Collection, reliable, cars. Godzilla, how's it going, man? Can it be considered a morning stream? Well, if I woke up an hour ago, for me it's morning, you know. Checkmate. Is that how time works? Probably not. Shut up. Who's asking? Collection reliable. Shit. Reliable collection. I was thinking cars, but that doesn't work. Cards? No, okay, reliable. We have to go out from reliable. Reputable. 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 Reading 18 chapters. Can you handle all that? I don't fucking know, Godzilla. The most I think I've ever done is like 14 or 15. Sudden? Sudden. Rare? No, rare. Unexpected. Unexpected. Reputable. Reputable. Reputation. Yes, I knew. See, I knew there was a one word that would just get us there, and I was like, there has to be one. Okay, there you go. All right. Time to get started. Oh, Ouroboros is cropped out for some reason. That's annoying. I don't like that, but Aman and Adam should be center, so you gotta go, bitch. Oof. Get fucked. 12. Are we starting from 1248 or 1249? I can't remember. Merlin, yes, new emoji. Cry. I'm starting from 49. Based. Showcasing his might. Of course, I am super strong. Where did we leave off? Derek and company are going to Sassrier. Okay, cool. Eridus, Nagato, Seer, how's it going, guys? Showcasing is... Hold on, what is this music? Hold on. It's cooking. After Lee's, how's it going, man? Plague, you'll have to talk to Milos. Okay, he's the art guy. I don't touch art. You can also talk to Romero if you need someone to overrule Milos. And this is Persona 4 Quantum. Ardor, how's it going, man? Okay, let's go. In an underground shelter in Backlund, Audrey, who was dressed in a hunting attire, listened to the distant explosions. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa also looking at her. Lyola, how's it going? The young girl, who had just reached adulthood, asked in a dreamy tone, Miss Audrey, will the war end if we're completely defeated? Will we no longer worry about bombardments, raids, and food? Audrey looked at her. But if that happens, you'll have to change your fate. Melissa hesitated, not knowing how to respond. I believe in the god of machinery and steam. Even if Faceac and Intus win, I don't need to change my faith. A commoner said. When that happens, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state. These words stirred the commoners who were hiding in the shelters, whispering to each other and discussing possible developments. There were no lack of Evernight believers here. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to life. After all, a true deity would still protect them. The officers who had maintained the order of the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched coldly. Eric! Unhinged, how's it going, guys? However, the defeated will suffer something far more crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with a change of fate. Be it a lesson from history or her conclusion deduced from the human psyche, all of this made Audrey seem even more pessimistic. Fool! Long time no see, man. How you doing? Khaled, how's it going? She looked around and could not help but sigh inwardly. As for what the situation meant, Audrey knew very well in her heart. She closed her eyes. Moon, how's it going? Long time no see, buddy. What are your thoughts on Volume 6? Dude, Volume 6... Dude, I could never have... You could have given me, like, infinite guesses. That's not even a fucking joke. I never would have been able to guess that Klein was gonna end up walking around the Forsaken Land of the Gods. That shit is so hype. Oh my god. Aman just coming in. Oh, you shouldn't leave your marionettes lying around. It makes it easy to track you. What the fuck? Oh, that was so goated. Oh my god, that shit was so hard, dude. Fuck yeah. Doing some trig homework? Oh god, get me away from trig. She looked around and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor is already greatly shaken. If not for the grain support from before, it might have already collapsed. As for what the situation meant, she knew very well in her heart as she muttered, "The battle of the gods is about to begin. Perhaps I never left my hometown." True. The final outcome was about to appear. After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned around and left the area, arriving at the entrance of the shelter. Thanks DSV. Tell him I wish he has a good rest of his weekend, if he's still alive. The golden retriever Susie was seated there, looking like a qualified guard. "You don't seem like you plan to return," Susie asked. Susie had hidden herself in the shelter from the beginning of the siege that began today, therefore she hadn't had time to return home. As the battle had decreased in intensity slightly, Earl Hall had already sent 2 people to urge her to return. But Audrey just shook her head. "I have to do what I need to do." I love how Audrey, listen, this is not actually what's happening, but like if you wanted to be a real piece of shit, you could easily just frame this as like Audrey became a demigod, no longer had much of a need for food, and was immediately like, fuck my family. You know what? They'll let them die. You know what? Everyone else needs it more. Without waiting for Susie's reply, she smiled. "Stay here on my behalf and placate them secretly. Don't let any commotions happen. If they want to pat you, let them do so." "Alright," Susie said. Audrey didn't say anything else. She left the shelter, completely ignored by the troops of soldiers guarding the shelter. That's such a cool way to use, like, a psychological invisibility. Like, oh, you're guarding me? No, you're not, bitch. The sky outside was dark, and there were so many buildings that had collapsed. They burned with flames that were about to be extinguished. The streets were empty, with no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from what Audrey remembered of Backlund. Backlund was originally blue, yellow, and beige, lively and bustling, a city of vitality. But now, it was grey, black, and scarlet, in shambles. Looking left and right, Audrey identified her bearings in her hunting attire, and then walked towards the city border. What she was about to do was simple. Join the war and do her best to help Lone not collapse before the end of the Battle of the Gods. Unhinged, I wish him all the best for it, bro. Go do that. I wish him all the best. If the winner of the Battlefield of the Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods such as Q, hypnosis, and mental plague to prevent soldiers, officers, and beyonders from venting their emotions. Amidst the flickering flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and ran into the distance. I'm sure, like, Audrey at this point probably knows that, like, one demigod probably means, like, very little to Lone as a whole, but even then she's like, I gotta do something, bro. Might go. Rorstad Archipelago in the city of generosity, Bayam, in a room at the top of the Cathedral of Waves. Danitz was sitting across from the legendary Cardinal of the Church of Storm, seeking Jan Kottman. Dude, Danitz is actually so good. Between Danitz and Jan Kottman, we're about to get clown-to-clown communication for real. Yes, I don't... Listen, I shit on Jan Kottman all the time, okay? Fuck off. Glancing at the muscles that came filled with his priest robes, Danitz swallowed the words he was about to say as he deliberated. "I come with good intentions." "Good intentions?" Jan Kottman gruntled. I had already considered the fact that this idiot from the Sailor Pathway are so irritable, making them incapable of telling the difference between joke and sarcasm. Once the anger erupts, they don't even consider the overall situation. Otherwise, I don't need to speak like this. Dog shit, Danitz mumbled. Jan Kottman stared at the pirate whose affiliation with the Golden Dream remained unknown and suddenly sneered. If we withdraw most of our strength, can you defend Bayam and the archipelago? If you can't, how are you going to guarantee that the interests of the lone migrants will be maintained when Fasak and Fena Potter combined navy forces breach the lines? As a demigod, he was extremely certain that Kalvatua had already perished. However, he didn't know who it was that was using the name of Sea God. That's a good question. Only with questions can there be room for a successful negotiation, Danitz thought. Oh my god, Danitz is getting so smart! Like, that's a line of logic that that old Danitz never would have been able to come to. He would have been like, let me go pray to the god, really, I don't know. In fact, Danitz had never thought of how the resistance would defend against Fena Potter and Fasak. After Lone's powerhouses were transferred, he believed that Gehrman and the Fool fully had the ability to protect this place. Insanity! How's it going, man? Pushkar, for that last comment, I'm so close to fucking giving you a timeout. Holy shit, that's the most rage baity thing anyone's ever done to me. What the fuck? As his thoughts raced, Danitz looked around and said, I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorstad archipelago. Oh? Jan Kottman narrowed his eyes. The aura from this tyrant pathway made Danitz involuntarily take a step back. He lowered his head and prayed on the spot. Dr. Z, how's it going? Not at all. Blessed of the sea and the spirit world, guardian of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creature, master of the tsunamis and the storm, the great Kalvatua, please send down your powers to protect the Rorstad archipelago. After the prayer, Danitz cast his gaze out the window but didn't notice anything. Jan Kottman sized him up and said, your god doesn't seem to be responding. Danitz cleared his throat and felt his heart beating like a drum. At that moment, the sky outside darkened as if a large number of dark clouds were flying over, blotting out the sun. Jan Kottman instinctively looked outside. He saw a shadow cast over the boulder between the sky and the sea. With his control of the archipelago's waters, the scenes of the overall situation surfaced in his mind. The Rorstad archipelago, along with the surrounding seas, was shrouded by thick fog. It became indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land but failed to pass through it. The commoners in the archipelago lived normally, aside from noticing the brewing storm. Jan Kottman's eyes dilated. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blazing Danitz. Danitz's mouth was agape as he forgot to close it. His shock was no lesser than Jan Kottman. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded away. Danitz blinked. Jan Kottman looked over again. As Danitz chuckled, my lord has indeed responded. Oh, let's go! My go! Not only does Mr. Fool have aura, he even gives his aura off to his colleagues. He's like, you get aura! You get aura! Everybody gets aura! As he spoke, the pirate, with a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds, slapped himself inwardly. Dog shit, you dare to suspect Mr. Fool? Danitz remained silent before saying, I will consider your proposal. I will convene the meetings of the key figures in Bayam to discuss this. I will give you an answer within the hour. I will wait patiently, Danitz laughed. With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, bowed before leaving the room. Amidst the creaking sound, bolts of lightning lit up in Jan Kottman's eyes. Aura sharing, for real, for real. Pushkar, you know what? You're getting a 1 minute timeout for that, bro. In the ancient palace above the fog, climbed through the curtain back to the metal pot and sealed it again. Wallflower, fuck yeah we are, buddy. Climbed through the curtain back into the metal pot and sealed it. He had used the powers of a Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries and stirred the powers of Sephra Castle to respond, creating a shocking effect for Jan Kottman. By the way, dude, I was just thinking about this. Dude, can you imagine how fucking cool it would have been for Klein to have this or somehow get access to this curtain when he first entered this world? Because this has the entire seer pathway in it. 9 through 1, the whole shebang. He would have been chilling right off the bat. He would have been like, just gotta figure out the acting principles, and we're like, oh my god, this is such a goated thing to have. He used the powers of a Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries and stirred the powers of Sassrier Castle to respond, creating a shocking effect for Jan Kottman. In another half a day, the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic will be separated. The rest can be used to concoct the Miracle Invoker potion. Yes, when it's only at a Sequence 2 level, I can attempt to use the powers of Sassrier Castle to shatter it and let the characteristics such as Scholar of Yore and Bizarre Sorcerer seep out quickly. That will lower the risk brought about by the potion. He wasn't suited in the Dark Moors anymore, but the frozen dusk of the Giant King's court. He had entered the Giant King's court before the expedition team arrived. Under this orange light, Klein felt the degeneration and exhaustion on his body. He cast his gaze at the magnificent palace situated high above. How would he separate the characteristics of the curtain? The same way he's doing it now, by the Grey Fog. What do you mean? The countless palaces and the towers still had the remnant glory of the Second Epoch, as though they were a manifestation of myths. No, it was a myth. Before the City of Silver's exploration team took action, Klein planned on attempting the palace where Sassrier slept. This way, even if there were accidents, the expedition team will have time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, he would be much safer compared to the rest since he was just using a projection. 1250. Did you? Merlin, I don't think I've even seen episode 11. I need to go watch them. This Grey Fog comes from his high sequence now? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. As he had the information from the City of Silver's previous exploration, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the path through the waning forest, barren tunnel, and use the ancient elevator to arrive at the residence of the guards. After waiting for a while until the curtain above the Grey Fog split into two, separating the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, Klein reached out to pull his past self out. He didn't know if the other kingdoms would isolate this fog of history, but at least with the Giant King's court having its owner present, no one would be able to stop his attempts. Oh my god, I just remembered. Now that Klein has the Sequence 2 characteristic, in the next 16, 17 chapters or whatever, the City of Silver is gonna get out of here. They're gonna get out of this fucking fog or whatever. And that's gonna allow Klein to become an angel. Oh, oh my god, this is gonna be so based. Okay, hold on, I gotta fucking lock in here. He didn't know if the other Divine King... unfortunately, this matter has too many levels. I can't obtain any results from divination, or I will feel more at ease. Klein shook his head as he muttered to himself. He was in no hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a deep black wooden box containing the ashes of Grozel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He originally wanted to wait for the little son's second exploration of the court before handing him Grozel's ashes to do the burial. But due to many matters, he ended up coming to the forsaken land of the gods himself. As for the snowman's ashes, he planned on scattering it into the golden sea just as he was about to leave the forsaken land of the gods. A sea churning with the divine blood of an ancient sun god. W. Grozel, bro. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Edwina, Klein followed his usual practice and leapt into the You know what? I gotta change this. I gotta change this music. It's too light. It's too chill for the Giant King's court. Hold on. Guys, okay, stop. You guys are so mean today, what the fuck? He dashed to the fragments of light that represented a time before the first epoch, and he allowed his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the Staff of the Stars and was only wearing Creeping Hunger, because the palace that the Giant King lived in was still a distance away. There were many troll statues blocking him, so Klein couldn't guarantee he would reach his destination within 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove in his left hand turn transparent as he disappeared. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with a huge black iron key. He hadn't teleported too far away. In the Giant King's court, it's clear most of the powers within have weakened. Only a guard acknowledged by the Divine Kingdom can perform at a normal level. Beyond her powers, similar to teleportation, have also been suppressed. I can only do a blink within a small area. From the looks of it, even if I were to summon the Staff of the Stars, it wouldn't be able to appear outside the Giant King's palace by outlining the corresponding scene in my mind. As expected of a Divine Kingdom. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned around and walked to the guard's residence. Opening the wooden box in his right hand, he solemnly scattered Grizel's ashes in every corner. According to the scene he saw in Grizel's dream, the guard's residence was where the giants lived for a long time. The home that he had the deepest impression of. It could be imagined that during that period of time in ancient times, Grizel and other rational giant guardians from the future generations would rest, rabble, gossip, talk about music, and have fun. They didn't need to worry about food and ailments. They would live every day of their lives happily. See guys, that's what God created this world to be, and yet it's such a dog shit place. Kill me. We were never supposed to work. God. You know what? That's why capitalism sucks. For real, for real. With the shaking of Klein's hand, the ashes scattered on the wall, the ground, the bedside, the tables, the chairs, and the stone pillars. Devil, how's it going, man? The orange light outside the window shone forever, making everyone look peaceful. When the last speck of ash was scattered, the dusk suddenly deepened. It dyed the scattered ashes orange, becoming part of the Divine Kingdom. Bye, Luvian. Hopefully see you back, buddy. Klein closed his eyes as he could sense Grizel's joy. What the fuck? A vagrant who had been forced to leave his hometown for 3,000 years finally returned to the place he missed day and night. The light of the dusk softened, making Klein feel that he was a little less ostracized. It's like being acknowledged to a degree. I've become a guard that has been accepted by a number of people. He didn't stay any longer. He used creeping hunger in the path scouted by the City of Silver to constantly blink and take detours. From time to time he would pull out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the hall where the fateful plot was with relatively little difficulty, and he arrived at the residence of the Giant King. He saw a huge row of stone columns on the left that formed railings. Beyond the railing that was orange-red gas and a churning dark blue sea. Dude, I pray to my Lord in heaven. I don't even know if he exists, but whatever. That Sassrier isn't hostile to Klein and they can just talk. Because Sassrier could probably tell Klein so much. Because Sassrier should have, I'm not going to say all, but like probably like a decent amount of ASG's memory. So they'd at least be able to talk. About like the Earth they remember and stuff. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the hall he had just exited. He reached out his hand and dragged out his marionette, Inuni, who hadn't been parasitized yet. Even if he was looking at a projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Inuni, Klein handed the iron-black key that he had tucked into his armpit over. He controlled Inuni to leave the hall and follow the railing formed by the stone pillars to the most magnificent building in the Giant King's court. The dusk's glow seems to be corporeal as it covered the palace's surface, bringing with it a strong sense of decadence, as though the curtains had drawn on everything in the world. Lining both sides of the palace were separately steeples and spires. The grayish-blue front door was covered with mysterious symbols as it stood at a height exceeding 10 meters. To the left of the door there was a pitch-black hole that was the size of an adult's fist. Inuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the iron-black key and inserting it deep within the crevice in front of him. It perfectly fit without a single gap as the giant black iron key entered the deep hole. Jesus Christ, this is... I feel like Cuttlefish knows what he's trying to do here. Klein held his deep breath in a nearby grand hall, preparing to remove his existence. With a click, the key in Inuni's hand reached the end. It suddenly turned soft. Cuttlefish knows what he's doing, bro. As if it had fused with the hole and emitted a grayish-blue light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up. All the lights quickly interfered in a constructive manner, pressing down heavily into an inner chamber as it slowly opened the palace door. The gap between the door widened when Inuni's eyes suddenly reflected a turbulent, pitch-black, viscous, illusory sea. The Chaos Sea? Not good. Warning bells sounded in Klein's mind. With no hesitation, his subconscious returned to his body as he severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision darkened, the left side of his head felt a sharp pain, as though someone had inserted a red-hot chisel into it. At the next moment, he heard indistinguishable ravings that seemed to come from an era older than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly twitched. He could barely maintain his rationality, and had no energy remaining in the historical projection. Without a sound, Klein landed in the guard residence of the Giant King's court. Without a thought, he entered the world above the grey fog. Before undertaking such a risk, he had no doubt found a reason and excuse to arrange for the members of the Tarot Club to collectively pray to awaken Sassrier Castle's ability to summon its master. This allowed him to skip the normal steps of entering the grey fog. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the grey fog, he heard a familiar roar. He felt himself be rejected by Sassrier Castle. Excuse me? So cool. In this shock, he saw a black shadow leap past him, heading straight for Sassrier Castle. It wasn't Aman, but a shadow that exuded an aura identical to his. Subconsciously, Klein influenced the Sassrier Castle and made him reject the intruder as well. Then he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked with a greyish-white fog. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world at the same time. After his spirit body returned to the real world, Klein bent down in pain, like a curled shrimp. His hat fell to the ground. He took several seconds to recover. He straightened his body and cast his gaze on the window. The window reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as a border, his right face was the same as usual, but countless objects were crawling out of his left face. Klein narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath and regained the control of the clown powers. His mind outlined a clear image of his appearance. He was dressed within a black trench coat. Autumn, how's it going, man? And black hair and brown eyes. The right side of Gehrman's cut face was the same as usual, but the left side had become transparent, formed by twisted maggots. As he looked down, his neck was in a similar state, the same with his body that lay beneath his clothes. The edge of losing control. Why? Suddenly, Klein sensed something as he lowered his head and looked at his feet. It was empty. He was missing the shadow that was supposed to exist. The orange light of the evening shone through the window, but it didn't create a shadow by his side. I understand. Klein bent down as he laughed. He suspected that the sea water that surged out of the Giant King's place had not only drowned his marionette and projection, but also used the latter to slice off his own shadow, causing his spirit to lose its completeness and be unable to suppress his inclination towards losing control. That's gotta be the Chaos Sea, right? What else could do this to a saint in like half a second? It just went like, nah, fuck him. Just stole his shadow through a projection. What the fuck does that even mean? As for the shadow, which was equivalent to him, it could also affect Sassrier Castle, resulting in a situation where both were unable to head above the grey fog. As long as I get rid of the shadow, the problem can be solved. It's Gecko Moria. At that moment, the orange light that shone outside was dyed gold. Becoming rather resplendent, it made the entire Giant King's court seem to retrograde from dusk to noon. With a thought, he cast his gaze out the window as an image appeared in his mind. In front of the tallest, most magnificent building of the Giant King's court, Inuni stood there. It was dark past the door, impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, Inuni turned around and looked down, his face covered in a shadow, and his hair deep black that draped over his shoulders. On his back, there was a pair of illusory dark wings. In the grand hall nearby, a pure shadow's lower body was pressed against a stone brick as its upper body came over in a ramrod manner. Bro, if Colin Iliad showed up here, he would just get like insta-murked. Like, it wouldn't even take like a sec, he would just be dead. Everyone's like, no, my captain. Yeah, your captain's dead, mate. It's over. He would tank. I'm starting to think Inuni isn't a winner. It's not Sassrier. The projection of Inuni has been eroded by the power that surged out from the residence, becoming a monster that I can't even understand. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long time. Maybe a bit of Sassrier is involved in this. With his left hand covering his face, Klein allowed the worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps in his fingers freely. What he couldn't understand the most was something else. He had clearly opened up the palace where Sassrier slept, but the deities and the kings of angels showed no actions. According to Klein's imagination, when the surging sea gushed out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Aman, Adam, who had secretly hid behind the scenes, they should have immediately descended or appeared to confirm Sassrier's state. But the entire Giant King's court remained silent. Could it be they're still waiting for me to enter the residence and come into contact with the Deputy of Heaven? Bro, that is such a hard name. Can you imagine your title being the Deputy of Heaven? I feel like that's the kind of title that like Archangel Michael would have, no? Inuni is for the streets. The true creator set to meet Sassrier. My spirit body and physical body haven't recovered from the corrosion, which means that the true creator's goal has yet to be achieved. As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he was unable to control his emotions. He couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth up and scoff. Now everyone... yeah, exactly. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use his powers. I'm so curious. So so the true creator is some part of the ancient sun god. I don't even kind of understand. I'm not even going to pretend to understand how that works. Sassrier is also a part of the ancient sun god. Okay. No problem. So, the true creator probably wants Sassrier because they're probably like... because they could probably do like good... because they could probably make like a good team together. Because they're like, hey, listen, we're kind of like the same person, so let's just like chill, you know? In any case, the sealed artifacts or beyond her characteristics... no, wait, where the fuck am I? Yes, I wonder if the demigod of the mind has any way to treat this situation. In any case, the artifacts or characteristics that I have can't do it. This is a result of an incomplete spirit. If I don't resolve my severed shadow, I probably won't ever be able to recover. However, perhaps there are some methods that can allow me to temporarily return to the real world. For example, create a virtual persona to make up for the incompleteness. Unfortunately, I can't enter Sassrier Castle. Oh my god, you know what I just thought of? Oh, I think there's another part. I talked about this a long time back. I'm not probably some people in chat would for sure remember. I talked about how ASG seems like he's doing like a 1-for-1 with Jesus, like kind of like he's kind of like, you know. So ASG at this point feels like he's three. He should be three people, because like in Christianity, there's the Holy Trinity, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We can say the true Creator is like the Father. I don't know. They could be anyone. Not really the point. Okay. We could say we could say Sassrier is the Holy Spirit, for example. But then that still leaves us that still leaves a third part in my mind. The Son. There should be like, now the Son, obvious, that could be Adam or Aman, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like there's a third part. I don't know if I'm cooking here or I'm burning the kitchen down. I don't know, but however, perhaps there are methods that can allow me to temporarily return to normal. For example, create a virtual persona to make up for the incompleteness. Unfortunately, I can't enter Sassrier Castle. He then picked up his half-top hat that had dropped to the ground and wore it. Then through the huge glass window formed from the ground orange gems, he observed the changes in the Giant King's court. Unlike before, an illusory sun appeared high in the sky, allowing the magnificent building complex situated in the frozen sunset to enjoy the sun at noon. The troll statues that stood guard seemed to be draped with a cloak weaved out of the shadows. Inuni, who had a pair of black illusory wings on his back, and the shadow that originally belonged to Klein, jumped over the railing and glided towards him. Klein's gaze froze as he subconsciously took a few steps back, intending to fight the enemy. But very quickly he snapped back to his senses and checked his current state. He retreated to the ancient elevator, pulled the switch, and landed in the barren tunnel. Then with a blink he appeared outside the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the Giant King's court. His intuition told him that in his current state he had no means of defeating the mutated Inuni. Of course, he had the confidence if it was just his separated shadow. When he arrived at the edge of the radiant sunlight, he turned and saw that Inuni and the shadow hadn't chased him. It was as though there was a limit to their range. There's no way to leave the Giant King's residence, or to be too far from Sassrier? Klein saw an illusory sun atop leap from the center to the west. The dusk's colors once again enveloped the entire kingdom. Klein observed all of this, and was in no hurry to leave the Giant King's court. But long after the illusory sun plunged into the palace where Sassrier slumbered, darkness became the ruler of the Giant King's court. The shadow that was different from the one found in a normal night, there was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in the darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was clinging to him from behind. But he clearly knew that it was an illusion. After a few minutes, the sun rose, the light of dawn dispersed. The power that surged out from Sassrier's chambers has changed the Giant King's court, despite it being an ancient kingdom. It really is a power close to that of a deity. At least it controls a uniqueness, but which pathway? The generated change seems to include sun, darkness, degeneration, mutation. It's a little contradictory. Maybe it's not a single uniqueness? The uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with EBS. The shadow and degeneration is brought about by darkness, which is undoubtedly the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory pitch-black viscous ocean. Related to the Chaos Sea? Klein shook his head as he continued observing. He continued as he waited for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous with him. So wait, is the Bard pathway and the what's the Bard pathway interchangeable with? Fuck, sorry, let me pull up my notes really quickly. Is the Bard one that's interchangeable with like 5 different pathways? Is that the one? What is it? Yeah, it is. So maybe the Chaos Sea is... Oh, that would actually kind of work, eh? The Chaos Sea being the one for like 5 different pathways, because it's just like random bullshit. Oh, what pathways does the above the sequence of this pathway control. Fucking just a bunch of them, dude. I just couldn't fucking, I don't know. They just threw them in. Fucking all of them work, I guess. The chaos, see, that would kind of work. That would work. Backlund, at the border of the city, as soon as Audrey entered, she discovered that the fog had become unusually thick and visibility reduced. The howling winds swept through the fog, bringing a sense of clarity from time to time. However, it was soon filled with surging whiteness. Whiteness? Really? A cuttlefish? Wow, in this day and age, you're gonna be so insensitive? Wow, I see how it is. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden, allowing her to see even further. As she carefully treaded, the fog in front of her suddenly became much thicker. At the same time, her powers suffered a retrogression. I've never seen this word before. What? I've seen like retrograde. What is retrogression? What the fuck? How'd you even pronounce this?
Retrogression.
Retrogression. I've never heard that before. The weakening of mysticism. The concept and information provided by Mr. World flashed through her mind. Multiple salvos from Backlund fired ahead, causing the shelves to leave trails of red, blue, silver, and black in their wake as they bombarded the enemy. No, I know what it means after these. I've just never seen it used in that. I've seen it like, I've seen like a retrograde, but I've never seen that particular term. It's interesting. It's fine. However, in the next second, the shells encountered invisible barriers and exploded in midair, making the invisible wall in front of them tremble. Invisible walls? Would this be like a lawyer or a arbiter pathway, maybe? At this moment, a rather blurry figure appeared in the distant, thick fog. He was in human form, but he was more than 10 meters tall. His torso and waist each had 2 arms extending out as he emitted a rich darkness. For some reason, as the figure that seemed to arise from legend appeared, the Fasak and Intas allied forces base stirred. Every soldier and officer there seemed to have returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on the dark road with no one around, everything silent. They felt uneasy deep down. The fear of the unknown stemmed from the fear of imagination. Instantly, they broke down and turned to flee. At this moment, a radiant sunlight shone atop them, allowing them to see the light and bringing them courage. However, there were still a number of soldiers who were incapable of controlling themselves. They kept shouting, "Mom!" or a particular woman's name in a bid to escape. The soldiers fell to the ground amidst repeated gunfire. One by one, they bloomed with blood-colored flowers. They landed on the ground, turning motionless after twitching. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know of their past. Right on the heels of that, under the commanding officer's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped Intas and Fasak was dispelled. The crimson-red flaming spears were thrown out towards the lone base, as they could blot out the entire sky. Just as the flaming spears approached their target, they scattered all of a sudden in a bout of chaos and stabbed into the ground, creating a pitch-black hole, one after another. It was the first time Audrey had seen such a large-scale usage of beyond her powers. Momentarily stunned, she couldn't help but recall the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. The giant and the other young nobles who had joined the army and took on the roles of officers at different ranks. They were scattered all over the battlefield and could be killed at any moment. The flaming spears, would that be, because I remember, would that be the hunter pathway? Because I remember Anderson using like a very similar thing. The magician had left Backlund with Judgment's family and was hiding in a small city in Eastchester County. Lord. St. Anthony and the other nope, where am I? A middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment, was made to covertly defend against infiltration by the Beyonders from Fasak, Intas, and other countries. The official Beyonders, led by the Star, had locked down the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam, maintaining stability of the city. The Ambassador? Ambassador who? St. Anthony and the other demigods of the Church, the Church of the Evernight, the Church of Storm, and the royal family and military had begun to set up the last line of defense in Backlund. Oh, the one Mr. A killed. I think, okay. Every few seconds, Audrey gathered her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp to spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perceptions stirred as she cast her gaze onto a spot far away. In the thick fog, a rather thick and blurry tentacle wrapped around countless silver bolts of lightning, and quickly extended to a certain location of the Allied forces' base. A feather burning with golden flames fell. In the depths of the fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. The warrior pathway? Grayish-blue palm. Isn't that like the grayish-blue giant that the warrior pathway becomes? The fog sea, away from the safe sea route, countless bolts of lightning struck the surface of the sea. Waves surged out and crashed heavily. Bernadette's dawn was constantly being thrown into the sky, making it seem extremely minute under the might of the elements. It looked like it could sink at any moment. Queen Mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly taking in all of this. From time to time, she would use the Emperor's new clothes and other fairy tale magic to maintain the balance of her boat. What the fuck is the Emperor's new clothes? What? Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm in the search of that primitive island. After reorganizing, Colin led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the team out of Afternoon Town, as they followed the path that led to the Giant King's court. What surprised them most was that the frozen dusk had changed. Bright sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin asked. Just as Derek was about to speak, he saw a figure walk out of the half-collapsed tower. The figure wore a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right half of his face was cut, cold and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, wriggling worms that kept crawling out. Imagine seeing this guy and you're like, he's gonna lose control. He's gonna kill all of us. Even if we don't die to the Giant King's court, we're gonna die to this guy. Can't trust him. Athmani, how's it going, man? It's a story about an emperor forcing people to believe he had clothes when he was naked. Maybe I've heard it, but I definitely don't remember it for sure. Dude, yeah, I'm not even kidding. If I saw this guy, I'd be like, I'm not taking him with us. He's gonna kill us. He's gonna lose control any second now. When they saw the figure walk out from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the team immediately put up a defensive stance. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes was basically a monster. Even normal Beyonders would view themselves as monsters after being subjected to such a mutation. Upon seeing their reactions, Klein grinned and said, "Hello everyone, I am Gehrman Sparrow. All of you should be glad that I can still control myself, or you would have lost your mind because you looked at me directly." As he spoke, the maggots on the left side of his face were still squirming slowly. Beneath the clothes on the left side, there were protruding marks that gently squirmed. A monster! The members of the City of Silver, who were not demigods, were increasingly certain of their own judgment. You are the... No. Mr. Sparrow? Derek finally managed to recognize. Life is always about encountering the unexpected. Half maggot-faced Klein. Don't do that. Without waiting for the little son to respond, he paused and said, "I have already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. This brought about some accidents, causing the Divine Kingdom to change." The door to the residence has already been opened? Colin narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the magnificent building shrouded in the sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation. However, to have the frozen sunset become replaced by the blazing sun at noon explained many things. Klein swept his gaze at the chief and Lovia, who was dressed in black armor. He then looked at the little son and said, "This has also brought me some negative effects, as you have noticed." "Alright, Beyonders below the level of demigod are to fall back. The Giant King's Court, after the anomaly, is not a place you can enter. Aw, the little son can go with them because he's goated and woaded. Dude, imagine being like a 17-year-old and you're a demigod. Everyone off a pathway that doesn't even exist in your city. Derek's got to be like a living legend in the Forsaken Land of God, in the City of Silver. They're like, holy shit, this guy's goated. Where's he getting this stuff? I don't know. Colin remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Leave the Giant King's Court and wait at the periphery. If you see the signal, immediately act according to the plan." The hand-picked expedition team were not only strong themselves and close in strength to a demigod, but they also had powers of different sealed artifacts that complemented each other. Even if they were to face a saint, they weren't without hope when it came to defeating one. But in the City of Silver's original plan, they weren't the main force. Therefore, Colin had led them here in the hope that he and the other demigods shaved off the hidden enemies and these team members would be able to shine. They could use the different artifacts to deal with the different incidents, preventing the entire team from suffering any weaknesses. Wait, I thought he started the book at like 15 and it's been like a year and a half or 2 years now? By the way, stranger, how's it going, buddy? Now, with the help from a powerful outsider and the fact that the Giant King's Court had indeed experienced some sort of... He started at 14? Oh, so he's probably like 16. Okay, never mind. I apologize. And the fact that the Giant King's Court had indeed experienced some kind of anomaly, no one knew what they would encounter if they went deeper. You're telling me Colin was 14 when he had to kill his own parents? Jesus Christ. That almost is as bad as my childhood. I had a very normal childhood. Oh, Derek, yeah, sorry. Colin believed that Gehrman's suggestion wasn't a problem. Furthermore, he had his own selfish thoughts. He didn't want members other than the demigods to suffer any unnecessary risks or meaningless casualties. Therefore, he agreed to the opinion of a monster-like powerhouse. When the time came for the opportunity to showcase itself, he, Lovia, and Derek would give the signal and let the other team members rush over in a cleared path. In Bloodborne. As the entire team's powers were not... Hold on. As for the entire team's Beyonder powers not being able to deal with the different situations due to collectively becoming monotonous, Colin wasn't too worried, because the former shepherd Lovia was around. The members of the expedition who weren't demigods all exchanged looks and hesitated, but they all instinctively chose to listen to their leader. "Yes, Your Excellency." At the same time that they answered, they gave Derek a deep look, as though they were trying to remind the chief to be careful of this demigod. He actually knew a monster-like powerhouse. This was very suspicious to the residents. Sensing his companion's obvious distrust, Derek's heart ached. Bro, I would be so pissed if I'm Derek right now. I'd be like, motherfuckers, do you know what I've gone through to try to get our dog shit city saved? And you want to say like, I don't trust you. Bro, I brought an outsider. We've never met one before. What do you mean? Oh my god. After the other members of the team retreated, Klein smiled and pointed to the other two demigods. "Let me guess, you must be the chief of the city's, the former demon hunter. The present Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You are the Hanged Man's believer. Black Knight Lovia, who helped him? Shepherd?" Lovia's eyes turned gray as she narrowed. You really look like a clown." "The Hanged Man?" Upon hearing Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He imagined that Elder Lovia had something to do with Mr. Hanged Man, but remembered the image of the fallen creator, a naked man hanging upside down. Wiz's Orphan of Cosmo. Zen, stop. He dared to give a true deity a nickname and even said it aloud in front of his followers. How gutsy is the world? Colin looked ahead at Gehrman and then Lovia and said, "Let's continue forward." He already pulled out the two swords on his back, allowing them to be blanketed by the dawn's glow. No pro- Romero, really? You're gonna join in this slander too? Really? I thought we were friends, bitch. No problem. With a smile, Derek turned around and walked to the left of a huge staircase with 3 demigods. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar, rugged pathway. One on the left on one side of the path was a towering cliff, and on the other was an afternoon sun-soaked, bottomless cloud. At that moment, Klein and company felt the reverberations on the ground. They saw large amounts of illusory pitch-black gases seeping out. With a whoosh, the rugged pathway closed, falling into the darkness. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be an invisible maelstrom lurking. It collapsed. There's no way out. Klein bent down and started laughing, making everyone's nerves tense up. It took Klein a few seconds to regain his emotions. He straightened his body and looked out at a piece of paper from his pocket. He folded it into a plane. He blew at the head of the paper plane, swung his arm, and threw it towards the clouds that were devoured by the darkness. At the same time, the glove in his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this, the originally confused Colin nodded before casting his gaze at the flying paper object. A violent wind stirred as it carried the paper plane forward in flight a few seconds. It then dissipated like a stone, rapidly plummeting into the dark clouds. From the looks of it, flying is useless. Klein turned halfway around and smiled at Derek and company. Lovia didn't respond as she released a translucent soul that enveloped a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, that piece of rock disappeared from its original spot, blinking to a new spot above the dark clouds. Following that, it fell down uncontrollably and sank into the clouds. Teleport doesn't work either, Lovia said. Klein bent down as he chuckled. It looks like we can only enter through the main entrance. Thanks for coming by from Easy Stream. I have no earthly idea how to pronounce your name. I apologize. Salted Fish, thanks for coming by. As Klein pressed on his abdomen, he bent down and chuckled. Derek immediately turned around and was about to head back when Colin and Lovia looked at each other. The 4 demigods quickly turned around to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase. Above the flight of silent stairs, which had very high steps, the majestic city walls were covered with burn marks. There were even arrow shafts as thick as ordinary trees. Romero, if you said that, who was going to ban you? Because I can't look at it, so I can't ban you. No one else can ban you. Oh my god, we're so cooked. On both sides of the door stood a guard that stood 6 meters tall in a domineering fashion. They wore exquisite full-body armor, holding a greatsword and the other a huge axe. Silver Knights. There were 2 Silver Knight guards. Without wasting any time, Colin retracted his gaze and said to Gehrman, "I'll hold back one of the knights, quickly finish off the other." He wasn't sure of Gehrman's strength, but from the admiration and respect that he sensed from Derek, as well as the fact that he had opened up the residence, he determined this demigod who was blessed by the Fool was no weaker than him. Under such circumstances, whether it was Gehrman or Colin, it was difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight with the help of Derek or Lovia. After all, they weren't living demigods, but a special statue without intelligence. Just as Colin finished his sentence, he saw Gehrman bend his back and laugh. Why do you care so much about these 2 toys? If they were alive and could still think, real Silver Knights, I would be cautious, but now... Watch. Hold on, Dr. Z, I'm starting to sense you're right. This is my new favorite Klein persona. What? He's looking at 2 sequence 3s and he goes, I'm supposed to worry about these little fucks? Watch this. As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling about, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and walked up the stairs. Then he was surrounded by strong winds as he approached the main door of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand, shook it a few times, as if he was stretching his wrist or grabbing at the air. At the end of the last action, Klein's shoulder sank as if it had frozen, but nothing appeared. Colin originally wanted to have an understanding of Gehrman's strength, so he didn't stop him. He only signaled for Lovia to follow, to back him up if there was any mistakes. But at that moment, he slowed down. He frowned slightly, as if he had caught a scent of something. As for Derek, he looked at him with admiration, believing that Mr. World could quickly finish off these guards. Yeah, of course, to Derek, this guy's a living god. This guy might actually just be like... Because all Derek knows of Mr. World is that, like, someone says, like, hey, I have this, like, really strong enemy that, like, I really need killed. Like, he's really making my life hard. But, like, he's incredibly strong. He's guarded by, like, 3 gods, 7 angels, has 18 grade 0 artifacts. And the World's like, yeah, no problem. I'll have it done by next Tuesday. Don't worry about it. No problem. Like, what? What a guy. Now I made something that'll make... What do you mean, look, Ramiro? Okay, I think you need to take out the word look from that sentence, okay? No, Merlin, he's not the boogeyman, okay? He is the Baba Yaga. The World is the one you sent to kill the fucking boogeyman. I hope most people get that reference. DSV will definitely get it. Only when Klein was about to reach the end of the stairs did the 2 Silver Knights outside the Giant King's court react. They turned their head as an orange glow behind their visors flashed, as though confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, they had a moment of confusion. Half of Klein's face was normal, and the other half was terrifying. The right side of his face curled up exaggeratedly. The transparent worms on his face slowly twitched, revealing a frightening, indifferent smile. With the right foot crossing the final step, he arrived at the platform where the Giant King's court was. Suddenly, a silvery white crack appeared on Klein's forehead as countless silver rays emitted from his body. His entire body shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned and faded, turning into paper shreds. With a fucking pencil, true. How's it going, man? I can't pronounce your name either. I'm sorry. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the giant... Wait, where the fuck am I? Klein and his top hat and black trenchcoat appeared one after another in different spots, but they were all ripped apart by the silver sword beams. Some of them were degenerated into illusions, while others turned into paper figures. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the main door of the Giant King's court, where the 2 guards had disappeared. It was a huge doll, dressed in a dark, complicated dress. Raynette Tyneker. I might have forgotten. Yes, he did. Did he say... I can't remember. Is it James? Fuck, I kept thinking Michael, but then I was like, I think that's wrong, so I didn't say anything. When Klein climbed up the stone steps, the person he summoned was none other than Miss Messenger, but she appeared in wraith form, so no one saw her. At this moment, the 2 Silver Knights who had concealed their evil intentions and were hiding with the help of light, were chasing Klein out of instinct. They had exposed their whereabouts after the angel-level powerhouse's prolonged observation. It's James? Ah, fuck. I will remember that for sure next time, James. Captain Panda, no worries, man. I appreciate you popping by at all. Thanks, buddy. James Moriarty. Raynette Tyneker's bright red eyes immediately flashed a seemingly blank area. There was a flash of light, and a white rabbit jumped out of nowhere, bouncing around and circling the area. Hope, you a bitch, bro. I will remember, okay? Immediately following that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and disappeared. In another area, the Remnant Knight in silver armor appeared. His actions turned slow and stiff. He had been possessed by a wraith. Sound, how's it going, man? Long time no see. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped blinking. He pressed his hat to his chest and gave a very ceremonial bow. I found the 2 of you. I wish you well. He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Boom! The furry rabbit exploded, its flesh splattering across the ground. He then walked towards the Silver Knight guard, who tried his best to struggle, but to no avail. When the 2 figures crossed each other, Raynette Tyneker's historical projection returned to the fog of history, and the Silver Knight closely followed behind Klein very observantly, and returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. He had become Klein's marionette. We can enter, Klein smiled. Derek's eyes lit up. Mr. World is so powerful. He finished off 2 Silver Knights so quickly. You see, this is true, but like old Klein would never be like that. He'd be like, yes, Colin, you take lead. I will be support. Okay, Lovia, you only jump in if someone is about to get hit. Okay, we're gonna play this really carefully. I'm gonna try to distract one of them. You try to take out the other one as soon as possible. Okay, and then after that we can tag team the other. Like, you know, like what the fuck? And this client is like, no problem. So what? This? No problem. The chief had no change in his expression. He held the 2 swords that reflected the light of dawn and walked up the steps. He came to Klein's side and whispered, "Mutant?" Klein pressed down a worm of spirit that formed his left eye and smiled without answering. Colin turned his head to glance at Lovia. From her gaze, he could sense her heavy emotions. After Derek and Lovia walked up the stairs, the 4 demigods and a marionette turned around and arrived at the main door of the Giant King's court. I'm so confused. If Klein could turn them into marionettes, why didn't he turn both into marionettes? Would just be so easy for him, no? And secondly, aren't they like dead a long time ago? How is he still able to make the marionettes? Sounds good, Adam. By the way, how's your leg feeling, buddy? During this process, Klein stowed away the Silver Knight characteristic that had seeped out of the rabbit. This was a reward for Raynette. According to the agreement between him and the angel, the spoils of war that Klein obtained from summoning a projection would be split equally with Miss Messenger. Why? What? Even a projection she gets stuff back from? Why? They were moving too fast? Oh, I see. What? Even a projection she gets, it's like, yoink, mine. He looked up at the main door and made this Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the sword into the ground. He probably knows how to control the projection. How? Meds are fucking up my stomach. Are you taking them on a full stomach, Adam? And then the Silver Knight bent down and stretched out his arm to open the door that was dozens of meters tall. After a heavy screeching sound, the door opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leapt, and the entire Giant King's court froze in an orange-red dusk. The huge door opened faster and faster and made the scene inside revealed to Klein and company. The figure was covered in orange-red light. Countless stairs extended from behind the door all the way to the tallest, most magnificent residence of the Giant King. On the way, there were no obstacles, and there were palaces and towers on both sides. I thought Klein's angels can control their projections? Really? Okay. She can control her projection, but Klein needs her permission to use it? Oh, I see. The giant statue covered in iron-colored armor stood in front of the The giant statues covered in iron-colored armor stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the residence of the god. It's time for you to perform. Klein turned his head and gave a smile to Colin and Lovia. The demon hunter, Colin, nodded slightly without objection, and behind Lovia, an illusory figure covered in silver armor that was several meters tall appeared. The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom staircase emitted a silvery white beams as they emitted shattering sounds. The silver flowers that bloomed kept spreading upwards as though they were welcoming the guests. Before long, the 3 Silver Knights, Colin, the Grey Soul by Lovia, and the Marionette controlled by Klein, cleared out the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom staircase, leaving only the area closest to the Giant King's residence. They didn't attempt it out of caution. At that moment, the 2 figures flew out of the Giant King's palace and slid towards the 3 Silver Knights. One of them had a shadowed face, black curly hair that reached its shoulders, and a pair of black wings on its back. The other was a pure shadow that was distorted to the side from time to time. They were Inuni, who had mutated at some point, and Klein's shadow, both under the influence of Sassrier. Bro, that is... Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of a little bit greedy from Raynette, but you know what? Go, girl. You know what? You go get that back. I'm here for it. In the battlefield filled with thick fog, the layer of grayish-white dragon scales appeared on Audrey's body, a result of her seeing something she shouldn't. Even with the fog blocking her view, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt and damage living beings that saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey retracted her gaze and calmed her mind. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. As she was in no hurry to infiltrate the Intes and Fasak Allied Forces camp, she waited for an opportunity, one that she believed would definitely appear. Time passed by so slowly that Audrey imagined that it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog over the Allies' forces' base turn dark, and the sun plunged past the horizon. The Knights had begun to rule over this world. I don't know what my mom's cooking downstairs, but it smells so fucking good. What the fuck? Silently, Intes and Fasak, officers and soldiers, closed their eyes and fell deep asleep, including many Beyonders. Audrey, who hid far away, also fell asleep. However, as a dreamwalker, she had been cued in advance to stay lucid. Then, without knowing how long the opportunity would last, she used Dream Traversal to enter Intes Fasak and Allied Forces bases. She walked through the soldiers and secretly left behind the seeds for a mental plague. This plague could make the infected panic, fluster, and break down emotionally. Okay, thanks, Kami. We're not British. I appreciate that, though. The sound of a horn pierced through the gaps between reality and dreams, shattering the hazy world and awakening the soldier and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At that instant, before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other side of the camp, far away from the group that had planted the seeds of mental plague. In the next second, the dream world completely shattered, forcing her back to reality. She appeared at the border of Intes Fasak Allied Forces. A silvery white beam lit up, exploding beside Audrey, tearing apart the fog. But Audrey didn't panic, because this was within expectations. She's actually become inclined. Little by little, she's like, no problem, I expected to be attacked by an angel at this moment. It is within expectations. I will now use psychological invisibility, along with this artifact that I've shoved up my asshole to run away. After entering in the Intes Allied Forces camp, she knew that her psychological invisibility was likely to be seen through by others. Therefore, apart from her invisibility, she had used similar techniques and Hand of Horror distortion to create another fake version of herself to mislead possible attackers. In other words, there was still a layer of illusion hidden under her invisibility. And the facts prove that Audrey's understanding of the enemy was correct. The fake version of her had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Taking this opportunity, she retreated to the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that was still in human form appeared. It had mysterious, three-dimensional symbols engraved on its huge scales. They were infiltrating inwards and extending outwards, as though they were interweaving with something indescribable. Something that didn't belong to reality would cause one's mind to go into a frenzy and distort their thoughts. At the same time, a figure dressed in Fasak's general attire appeared in the spot where Audrey stood. Her face, neck, and palm were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Inui and Klein's shadows landed on a platform covered in orange light. The three silver knights retreated and returned to Derek and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at the shadow and Inuni. It looks like you can't leave that area. He took a few steps forward and spread out his palms. He tessed and said, "What a pity. That way, he won't be able to hit me." Bang! The shadow opened its mouth and released an air cannon. What, do you think I don't have long-range attacks? Get fucked. By the way, I was just thinking about this. You know how Adam, or I guess the spectator pathway, like sequence 1 or whatever, has like the thing of like, hey, any mention of it will be known, or the more you know of me, the more I know of you, or whatever. And like I was talking, this was like a long time ago. Like I was talking with you guys how it feels so fucking stupid to me that even if you write it in like what do you call it? Even if you write it in like Chinese or whatever, Adam will still know of it being mentioned. But now I realized That kind of makes sense since it's the same world. It's probably Adam's power is somehow able to go back through like history and able to use like that understanding to figure out what is being written about him. But if it was another world, it wouldn't make sense that that was happening. It's cute. Sorry, I was thinking about that like as I was reading the last chapter. It's magic, bro. Oh, thanks, Cal. I didn't fucking think of that, buddy. Oh my. Next time I have a question that I don't have an answer to, oh, it's magic, bro. My bad. Dr. Smiths. I don't think I've seen you here before, man. Thanks for popping by. How you doing? When the shadow blasted an air cannon forward, Klein acted as though he had sensed it ahead of time. His body jerked backwards and he somersaulted in the air, landing steadily several steps away. Even a newly made language he will know? Really? Okay. I feel like y'all are making that up, but whatever, it's fine. During this process, his right hand continued to press down on his hat, making him seem rather relaxed. It's because of it entering the sea of collective subconscious? Ah, maybe. Seeing that Inuni and the shadow didn't attempt to chase and continue their attacks, the smile on his face became more and more obvious. It's quite impolite to interrupt others while they're speaking. I wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of you all, but I can only avoid that now. As he spoke, the left side of his face, which was formed by a cluster of maggots, trembled twice, as though he was trying to wink at his marionette. Then, with a beaming smile, he walked back to Colin, Derek, and Lovie and shrugged. The owner of this place isn't very welcoming. We can only head out and discuss how to resolve the problem with them. Colin didn't think lowly of this exaggerated powerhouse just because he didn't seem to be capable of controlling his emotions. This was because he had shown his expertise and meticulousness towards detail when handling the previous matter. Alright, Colin responded. Ramiro, you obviously know I'm fucking kidding, dude. I'm not gonna try to sit here and like out-knowledge you on fucking Lord of the Mysteries. You know it's a joke. What do you want from me? I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, I know about Lord of the Mysteries than like Ramiro and Dr. Z. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course, Derek had no objections while Lovia remained silent. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps and slowly walked out of the Giant King's court. And Klein even got the silver armored guard to pull the huge door and slowly close it, appearing like a very polite gesture. Throughout the entire process, Inuni, who had layers of black wings on his back and the pure shadow, just stood there watching, not attempting to stop them. Actual rage bait? Maybe, a little bit. After a while, the dusk dissipated and the darkness descended. All awaited the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally arose. At this moment, Inuni and his shadow heard knocking sounds at the door of the Giant King's court. Someone was knocking on the door. After knocking a couple times, the door let out a creaking sound as it opened. Wearing a black trench coat, Klein maintained a smile on the right side of his face as he entered the Giant King's court first. He walked up the stairs, step by step, and the other demigods, along with the marionette, followed behind. After reaching the end of the halfway, Klein stopped and said to Inuni and the shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say come in. Perhaps it's because the spot is too far from the main door, so you just didn't hear me. As you know, a gentleman. I only know how to use my fingers to strike, not slap with my palms." What the fuck does that... what does that even mean? The moment he finished speaking, Inuni, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke back. "Next, you'll deal with Shadow by yourself, and let the people of the City of Silver hold me back." Oh? Klein smiled, as though he was waiting for Inuni to give a further explanation. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pressed his face. The maggots began to squirm about, some boring in and others crawling out. With a shadow over his face, Inuni, with his curled black hair, continued, "You didn't summon a projection from the historical void in advance because you know that Shadow can summon the projection of the Staff of Stars and simulate the power of an Angel of Time, accelerating the flow of time to disperse your angel helpers. Similarly, you didn't make preparations because of the same reason. And if you summon a saint that can last longer, he can do the same. Both of you offset each other. I hate playing cards with myself, Klein nodded in agreement. Therefore, you turn the Silver Knight guarding the door into a marionette, planning to use it as a chip to tip the balance. Bro, we're already an hour in. Oh my god. What chapter are we on? Wait, there's only like 12 chapters left. This is totally doable. The problem is his, not mine. He actually doesn't have a target to turn into a marionette, or perhaps... Why don't you sacrifice yourself? Klein smiled. Inuni retracted his gaze and turned to examine Colin, Derek, and Lovia. Loop, how's it going, man? I don't think I've seen you here before either. How's it going? Thanks for popping by. What the fuck did I just do? You and Shadow cancel each other out. The prerequisite for using a marionette to win is that they can hold me back. Just as he said that, the two shoulders of the marionettes that had been corrupted by the power of the Sassrier squirmed as a head grew out of each. The three heads were covered in shadows and had black curly hair that reached his shoulders, and gave the feeling that one was young and the other old. Before Klein and the demigods could react, Inuni's body suddenly tore apart, causing the aged head to take away a third of his body. The body that split apart randomly squirmed and became complete. On the shadow over the head's surface, a pair of eyes protruded with a vertical, pale golden pupil. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase leading to the Giant King's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate moor. At the end of the moor was a pitch-black city overgrown with weeds. Moor? Isn't there like a thing called moor? Knowledge moor? Maybe I'm just thinking too deep. Knowledge moor. Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking too deeply on it. I don't know. At the end of the moor was a pitch-black city overgrown with weeds, the City of Silver. Derek's heart tightened upon seeing such a scene. He was worried that the unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the City of Silver and destroy it. As for Lovia, her gaze froze as her body trembled. When Inuni grew two heads, it was as if he could sense the aura of an absolute high-leveled entity. Chernobyl. Guy pops in, says Chernobyl, leaves, no explanation given. Colin surveyed the area as he crossed his swords and said, "That is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left hand that was made up of transparent maggots. He yawned and asked, "Will he be stronger in dreams? Or can he cross the boundary and launch an attack?" Oh, actually, I was thinking about this when I was at the gym. Yesterday, 2 days ago? I don't know. Why is Klein able to stay awake in the dreams? Why is he like the only person that we know of that like can kind of just tank dream invasion or whatever? He's kind of like, nah, I'm awake. What is that? Is that just the gray fog like shielding him from like outside intervention or something? I don't know. Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy into entering my attack range. The moment he said that, the desolate moor and the distant castle dissipated. The magnificent staircase, which was illuminated by the light of dawn, appeared once again. That was explained? What? I don't think so. The shadow covering his face was quickly replaced by the resplendent... Hold on. Where am I? Evernight Blessed? She has authority over sleep and night? But then he wasn't a blessed, because like Klein had this ability right from when he came in this world, no? I feel like like when thing when Captain Dunn like invaded his dream, that was like so early. He can't have been a blessed back then. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Whatever. At this moment, the left side of Inuni's body tore away. The young head had taken away a third of his flesh. The shadow covering his face was quickly replaced by the resplendent golden light. It was as if there were two miniature suns in his eyes. The sun? Klein first voiced out a question before laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. You want to use the unshadowed domain to break through the Silver Knight concealment? Yes, you have 3 Silver Knights. We have 3 Silver Knights on your side. That is worthy of your attention. But have you considered the feelings of a shadow? You don't. You only think of yourself. He's just a shadow. Have you considered how weakened he would be in the unshadowed domain? At this moment, Klein laughed even harder. Even the worms crawling out of his left face sped up. Also, have you considered the beyonder powers of corruption, degeneration, darkness? Have you considered the effects that the unshadowed domain will bring? How should I address you now? Inen? Nini? What the fuck? I don't get the joke here. Inuni, whose main body was still covered in shadows, took a deep breath and said, if you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now. Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly sprouted out. They kept expanding, covering the sky and wrapping towards the magnificent staircase. Faint shadows immediately covered the area. Then Inuni crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin, Lovia, and Derek. Because Inuni's divided in 3. Oh, cute. He actually had the means to break through the obstruction. The young him who had split off as the Sun Saint immediately raised his arms. The light of dawn turned blazing hot, illuminating every corner of the staircase. Unshadowed domain. However, the shadows around him didn't fade. The dark wings that enveloped Inuni's body blocked out the sunlight. As for the shadow, it seemed to be covered in a cloak, as though it was much dimmer. It didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, Inuni's split-off, aged body pushed out the right palm. A violent, illusory gust of wind appeared in front of him, carrying with him an invisible, multicolored intent that gushed towards Klein and his marionette. Mind deprivation. It could awe the target, make them feel fear, show frenzy, or lose a portion of their rationality. No, Klein can't afford to lose any more rationality. And now, because Klein's spirit was incomplete, he was already on the brink of losing control. He couldn't control his emotions. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there was a high chance he would lose control and break down on the spot. Inuni understood what had happened to him and understood his weakness. The moment he launched the attack, he allowed the Spectator Saint to use an area of effect attack that Klein would find hard to defend against. The strong winds that were tainted with all kinds of emotions will instantly engulf Klein. However, half of the adventurer, who had a rational body and half a terrifying body, didn't show signs of any warped expressions or breakdown. He just smiled, calmly. While waiting for the City of Silver's team, he had summoned Miss Magician and got her to make up a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning, clown-like character, allowing his spirit to become complete for a time. Scarlight! How's it going, man? There was a reason why he appeared relatively rational when he left the guard's residence, only to appear exaggerated and crazy when he rendezvoused with the City of Silver expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could also withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes faded away, the corner of his right lip curled up, becoming symmetrical, with a curled up worm of spirit. This was a sincere smile. By the way, this was just something I found funny. I talked a while back about, like, oh, the word virtual persona. I was like, oh, like, you know, the word virtual kind of hints to, like recent times or whatever. There was a comment, I can't remember by who, talking about how the word virtual actually comes from like the 17th or 18th century or something. Like it's an older word, and I was like, what the fuck? Wouldn't have expected that. I don't know where it comes from, but all the same. Just thought that was cool, worth mentioning. As the smile of sincerity appeared on Klein's face, where's the first music change? I just want to make sure I don't skip it. At 12:58. Okay, cool. As the smile of sincerity appeared on Klein's face, the face of the spectator saint that Inuni had split cracked open. The silver cracks were all over the place, intertwining with each other. Klein seized the opportunity and used the Silver Knight marionette's silver sword to condense a silver rapier to attack. Optics? Ah, maybe. A silver light shot out, dicing the figure with countless small pieces. However, these small blocks were abnormally illusory, with zero corporealness. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion concealing his existence. Take a shot every time he says silver. I would pass out before the end of this chapter. That's not even funny. Silver beams of light either blazed towards the spectator saint that Inuni had split off or directly leapt out from the target, erupting from within. The spectator saint relied on speed and agility that a powerful body brought, constantly changing positions. As he had a precise understanding of and control of the psyche and mind, Klein's intuition for danger prevented an image from forming in his mind, so it was difficult for Klein to predict his actions. That huge knight who was covered in solid silver armor, his broadsword charged at the target as though he could topple a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, Klein's Silver Knight marionette was unable to hide himself using the light. He could only directly attack. Devil, we are probably like 10 lines into this chapter, and they've said silver 6 times. Yeah, call me a lightweight, sure, no problem. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body swelled up, turning into a hideous grayish-white scaled dragon. The grayish dragon's body was huge, its scales firm, its claws powerful, and it managed to block the Silver Knight slash 7. The giant and the giant dragon smashed through the bricks and the rocks of the ancient divine kingdom, causing the palace to collapse. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile and controlled his marionette to ignore Shadow. No, he still had some level of interference. He controlled his spirit body threads of himself and made the City of Silver 8, Chief, Lovia, and the Little Sun, preventing them from being controlled by the Shadow. From time to time, he would reach out his hand and summon the historical void projection that Shadow was attempting to summon. This was effectively to cancel each other out. Apart from that, Klein didn't even glance at Shadow. Shadow wandered past for a while as it opened its mouth, making a bang sound. An air cannon shot out and struck the Silver Knight's marionette before exploding. 9. Amidst the rumbling sound, the marionette only shook before turning to normal. The silver armor, 10, he wore didn't show a single crack. Upon seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, feeling that he was about to bend over in a fit of laughter. How could he not be aware of how weak his attacks and defenses were? When the two core skills of controlling the spirit body threads and summoning the historical void projections were rendered ineffective, Shadow, who had no marionettes and could only watch from the side, be it air cannons, flame controlling, illusion creation, or a clown's combat ability, were all just embellishments. Likewise, Klein didn't use Shadow. Klein didn't attack Shadow because he knew of how frustrating it was to deal with a paper figurine substitute, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation. He knew there was no way he could deal with the other party quickly. He might as well be a member of the audience. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, Shadow froze for a moment before pouncing forward and approaching Klein. On the other side, while Inuni's true form landed in front of the 3 demigods of the City of Silver, 11, Colin glanced at Derek before looking away. He crossed his swords and forming a cross that blocked the path ahead. While doing this, the City of Silver's chief, 12, clothes tore apart by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Colin had turned into a giant that was nearly 6 meters tall. His body was grayish-blue and his muscles bluish-black. He was a ripped giant beast. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to be capable of attracting the souls around him. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, infinite mystery, and a strange spiritual influence. It made everyone who witnessed it inevitably feel a sharp pain in their psyche, turning them into a rampaging mess that wanted to destroy everything. Inside this unshadowed domain, the chief of the City of Silver, 13, Colin Elliot didn't need to worry about the Divine Kingdom's suppression, and it would prevent him from losing control in this incomplete mythical creature form. The invisible barrier around him immediately shrank, turning into silver, 14, sticky liquid that covered his entire body and solidified into an armor. At that moment, the shadow on Inuni's body condensed into something corporeal, made him transform into a giant that was several meters tall. He held a black greatsword and wore a black full-body armor, Black Knight. The black greatsword cleaved straight down and was held in midair by two swords formed by the light of dawn. The shadow on Inuni's feet and the illusory black wings on his back extended outwards in an attempt to envelop Colin. At the same time, the rays of light of dawn formed around Colin as they swept forward. The storm that was filled with pure fragments of light swallowed Inuni's shadow, only to be blocked out by his wings. Colin's Silver Knight manifestation, 15, Inuni's Black Knight transformation clashed violently, producing a spectacular light show that collapsed the tower. As for Derek, he leapt out with Thunder God's roar in hand after receiving the chief's signal, heading straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling winds, he brandished the ghostly blue hammer wrapped in lightning, appearing like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a beyonder of the sun pathway. The Sun Saint never expected that the unshadowed opposite him would be so rash so as to engage in close combat. Unable to react quickly, he could only dodge to the side. With a loud crack, the silvery white light, 16, burst out from the palace as he was about to step in. It quickly engulfed him and tore his body apart. The Silver Knight, 17, evil spirit that Lovia grazed also targeted the Sun Saint as it unleashed its attacks. The glow surged out of the Sun Saint's body like a tidal wave, melting the silvery white light, 18, forming a layer of armor made of light and a huge mace. The mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing the snaking bolt and light to fly everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted a warm glow that caused the Silver Knight evil spirit 19? 18? To suddenly turn illusory as if it was evaporating. It caused the black armored Lovia's body to turn pale. The degenerate aura quickly dissipated, causing the Silver Knight marionette to quickly weaken. 19. Purification. This was the core of an unshadowed. It was extremely effective against wraiths, the fallen, and the unclean. Faced with purification, Lovia could only summon her Silver Knight, 20. And not let it out to graze. She could only use the corresponding powers to make up for her weakness. Silver beams of light, 21, occasionally blinked, flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and duck himself. You're one under? Is it? Am I? You know what? Just to be safe, because what do you call it? Devil was calling me a little bitch, so he was calling me a lightweight. So you know what? We'll go one under, no problem. We'll go one under, 21, no problem. We'll leave it. It's fine. Now, after taking a glance, Derek stopped brandishing the Thunder God's roar, nor did he pester the Sun Saint any further. He took a step back and cast his gaze towards the battle between the Black Greatsword and the Double Swords of Dawn. He then joined the battle between Colin and Inuni. His expression turned solemn as he spread his arms wide, as though he was hugging a gift from a deity. The unshadowed domain immediately became brighter, as though the sunlight had penetrated through the barrier and shone in. On the heels of that, a ball of pure light surrounded by countless holy flames descended out of thin air. It enveloped Colin and Inuni without any regard for friend or foe. Flaring Sun. The flaring sun of an unshadowed. This was a theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Megos and the fetus in her womb. Caused tremendous damage to the creatures in the domain of corruption, degeneration, and undying. In the holy spherical light that was surrounded by holy flames, the illusory black wings on Inuni's back began to emit a faint mist. The pitch black armor covering his body melted, and the part of his body cracked open, igniting his leaking, degenerated aura. Colin was also injured. The silver armor on his body turned into liquid metal, 22. Derek didn't pay much attention to this. He once again used Flaring Sun and once again enveloped Inuni and Colin. He believed that compared to the enemy who was of degeneration and corruption domain, the chief of the warrior pathway would suffer a lot less damage. He was going to last much longer. And after dealing with the main enemy, he could get Mr. World to summon Life's Cane to treat the chief. This was the best way to deal with Inuni. It wasn't something that Derek came up with himself, nor was it part of Klein's plan. It was something Colin suggested himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced Inuni and the Shadow's possible abilities. He didn't come up with any proposals and left it to the City of Silver's chief to decide on the plan. 23. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. He could think of anything he could. If it was based on his own train of thought, it would be easy to resolve. Therefore, trusting the former demon hunter was the best solution presently. Colin didn't stand on ceremony. He confirmed that the main target they needed to deal with was Inuni, who was corrupted by Sassrier. He formulated a plan around this key point and came up with a plan to clinch victory. He wasn't afraid of being hurt. He was only worried that there wouldn't be an opportunity. The spherical light that was surrounded by infinite holy flames blasted down, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly and made Inuni's black wings become fainter and fainter, almost to the point of an illusion. But at this point, a pair of black wings separated from Inuni and transformed into a deep sea. Okay, how about this? Devil, take 23 shots, and then I'll do it, okay? How about that? You do that, and then I'll do it. You wanna say who's a fucking lightweight, you pussy? I wanted to, Nagato, but then everyone's gonna be like, stop stalling. I wanted to. I have something you don't. Yeah. I am not the Stall King, you're absolutely right. If I was, I'd still be on chapter 1000. By the way, as always, thank you to everyone who's new around here. Thank you for popping by. Hope you're having a great weekend so far. If you're new here and you're having fun, consider joining our Discord, link in the description. For heads up for when I'm going live and for other shenanigans. Yeah, that's that. Okay. The deep sea swallowed the bright spherical light, darkening the entire unshadowed domain. Hey, I didn't say. Wait, who mentioned easy? DSV, what are you talking about? Silver bolt of lightning burst out from its interior. Hope. A man can only hope. A man can only hope. Amidst the sizzling sounds, countless bolts of lightning slithered upwards and drilled into the gaps in the armor. The Silver Knight, who had shown his incomplete mythical creature form, instantly turned stiff, as though he was paralyzed by lightning. Yeah, at this point I would just be drinking, like... Yeah, like just the whole fucking thing. The Silver Knight, who had shown his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately turned stiff, as though he was being paralyzed by lightning. As for Inuni, his black armor, which seemed to be formed from the powers of degeneration, had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his body from being affected. Nah, we only counted it last stream, last chapter, Scarlight. It was just to prove a point. After taking advantage of this, Inuni, who had pitch black fragments peeling off of him, held the great sword with both hands and slashed at an angle. At this moment, Colin hadn't escaped from his paralyzed state. With a piercing stab, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to lose its defenses as it was cleaved open. A black knight's cull of the spiritual flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, it could obliterate souls and cleave through barriers, and could cause any living creature with degenerate thoughts to lose their defenses. A core power belonging to the Black Knight, stemming from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the cull of spiritual flesh had sliced open the silver armor on Colin's left shoulder, Derek immediately tensed up, condensing a spear made of pure sunlight as he swung his hand back and threw it towards Inuni, unshadowed spear. Inuni didn't abandon his attack or dodge. Instead, he raised his remnant illusory black wings and used it to shield himself. How strong is this fucking wing? I feel like a wing is supposed to be like a pretty thin, like if it gets hit with something, it just kind of, because it's like, it has to be like paper thin to generate enough lift without being too heavy. Like, what the fuck is this wing made out of? The unshadowed spear pierced through 2 layers of the illusory wings, bursting with a blinding white light that seemed to give a rise to a miniature sun. At the same time, Colin's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver liquid metal. The liquid flowed rapidly, forming the body of Colin in the distance. He still resembled a giant and was still wearing silver armor, but half of the chief's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The incision was clean, with no blood flowing out. With the use of mercury liquefaction, Colin sacrificed an arm to avoid Inuni's lethal blow. You know what, Dr. Z? That's actually a very fair point. I apologize. His gaze, behind his visor, didn't waver at all. He grabbed the remaining Sword of Dawn and ran towards his target yet again, like an unusually terrifying steam locomotive. Bro, can you imagine the sheer fucking willpower you have to get your fucking left arm cleaved open and you're like, no, we go for the win, baby! Derek quickly condensed his unshadowed spear from the side, causing the spear of light to fly towards Inuni yet again. During this process, he opened his mouth and solemnly said, God says that purification is effective. The power of a notary. Its compatibility with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint made the battlefield brighten even more, causing the degenerate aura on Inuni and Lovia to weaken even further. God says it's ineffective, the other saint said immediately. This denied Derek's proclamation, causing the domain purification effect to return to normal. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spear approached Inuni. As for the black illusory wings on his back, a few pairs had already faded under the miniature sun's illusion. He only had half left. Warrior pathway increases willpower? Nah, this is all my boy. This is all natural City of Silver grown willpower, bro. Inuni couldn't effectively dodge this pure bright spear closing in on him. He made the pair of illusory black wings spread open, degenerating into darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of thick, sticky blackness. They either instantly corroded or broke, piercing the magnificent staircase, or left a curved arc in the air as it spun around and tore at Derek. All of them degenerated. God said, yeah, exactly. Why couldn't Derek just go, God says it's effective again. Haha, get fucked, loser. And then you just say, no, he didn't. And you say, yeah, he did. Yeah, and you just keep doing that. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his battle instinct that he had honed over years of training. As he jumped forward and rolled. Open a poutine shop? I'm not Quebecois. No, I'm just kidding. Poutine is good. At this moment, the Sun Saint, who was also throwing unshadowed spears, creating pure white beams that shot across the air, forcing Lovia to use one of her grey souls to blink in an attempt to approach the enemy. To her dismay, she could only use the ability of one soul at a time, so she couldn't use blink while condensing Silver Spear to call the Sun Saint from a distance. Derek doesn't have infinite spirituality glitch. Oh, true. To her dismay, she could no party about that. Meanwhile, the battle between Klein and his shadow was exceptionally intense. Amidst the booming sound of the air cannons, the flaring of the scarlet flames, the piece of paper scratching in all directions, and the illusions turning into bubbles described the battle. The Silver Knight marionette had basically repressed the Spectator Saint. After all, no matter how strong the Mind Dragon was, it was no match for a demigod of the giant pathway in close combat. Of course, the Spectator Saint wasn't in any danger. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent was only a marionette, and Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and seen many high-level creatures, he could only use his exposed godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, slowly driving him crazy. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the Spectator Saint could only use the Hypnotist's battle hypnotism to force the target to act irrationally. Pushkar, we will see. It may not be tomorrow, it might be Monday, I don't know. I might take tomorrow, we'll just see. Using this opportunity, he attacked from the melee battle and entered a psychological invisibility state in an attempt to perform a sneak attack. But it also depends on where we end. So, will you finish Volume 7 tomorrow? It depends on how many subs come in today, Hope. It depends on that. Alright, but you know, if we get enough, we might go for the win, baby. Where am I? A hypnotist's battle hypnotism could forcibly hypnotize the enemy during battle, making him do all sorts of erratic actions. However, such actions couldn't cause harm to the victim. He could only be maintained for too long. And it couldn't be maintained for too long, as the target would quickly wake up. Of course, the battle hypnotism target of the Spectator domain would definitely not affect the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person. This made it immune to all psychological effects. The target of this interference was the thought that Klein transmitted through the spirit body threads, targeting them so that the information the marionette received would be erroneous. As such, it would act differently from what Klein wanted. This was an actual psyche interference and not a psyche hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly not as effective as the original version, and not every saint of the Spectator pathway could grasp such an effect. It was a result of digging deep into one's powers and experimenting. To a Spectator Saint, there was nothing he could do about this, because be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none were effective on a marionette. The greyish-white dragon that had its head covered in shadows had tried to close the distance with Klein several times or use its AoE effect, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It kept being forced to dodge the silver rapier. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the Spectator Saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden either. You might finish book 1 tomorrow? No, nothing quite so extreme, but mind anything Spectre actually did. But we are getting close, Eric. We're getting like scary close, actually. Like, suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he entered a state of clarity unique to instances when his dream or mind secretly intruded. Jesus Christ, Romero, what the fuck? With his lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise to the sky and look down at his island of consciousness. Then he saw Inuni, the one who looked aged with his face covered in shadows. He walked out of the boundless sea, collective subconscious, opening the door to his body of heart and mind. This Spectator Saint didn't attempt to change the island of consciousness in Klein's mind. All he did was produce a dark spherical light which had tentacles growing out of it. He turned it into a seed that was hard to discover before letting it sink. A mental plague seed. With no hesitation, Klein switched positions with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the mental plague seed from landing in his island of consciousness. Mindfuck. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched locations with the marionette, preventing the mental seed from landing in his island of consciousness. The Spectator Saint noticed this change. Not only was he not disappointed, he smiled, because he had long used virtual persona to secretly plant a mental plague seed on the island of the Silver Knight marionette. Although this couldn't affect the marionette, it could corrupt the enemy who swapped positions. What? You may have outsmarted me, but I outsmarted your outsmarting? For real? What? This was the kind of corruption and virtual infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the psyche. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, the problem that Klein had temporarily concealed with virtual persona would erupt, and he would quickly plunge into a passage of losing control. Shadow was no stranger to such a situation, as Haven Rambus had used such a method before. As he secretly laughed at Klein for becoming crazy, reckless, and arrogant, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet flame, and used it to jump over, embroiling himself with Klein. Another round of paper shreds flew in all directions. After a short while, Klein stopped. He raised his left hand that was wrapped in maggots and covered his left face. He let out a maniacal laugh, controlling his spirit body threads like a madman. On his right cheek, pale meat tendrils protruded out as though they were worms of spirit that were about to bore out. When Shadow saw that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, he was worried that he would be infected by mental plague himself. He made a scarlet flame rise up and swallow himself. In the distance, his figure appeared from the flame that had yet to extinguish. At that moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally launch an attack and occasionally do a twitching dance, obvious that it wasn't under normal control. That's what I want you to think. He no longer had the strength to stop the Mind Dragon manifested by the Spectator Saint. He allowed the other party to spread out its wings and fly into the air above. By the way, just so we're clear, when they say shadow, it's the same shadow from Sonic, right? We are thinking of the same one? He allowed the other party to spread out his wings and fly into the air above, prepared to use Mind Breath. The Spectator Saint didn't want to give his enemy, who was affected by the mental plague, a chance to breathe. He wanted him to immediately lose control. Suddenly, the Mind Dragon's actions became sluggish, as if every joint was infected with glue. Pushkar, why are you ruining Shadow Slave for me? Why are you spoiling? What the fuck, dude? In the next second, suddenly, the Mind Dragon's actions became sluggish, as if every joint was injected with glue. Gotcha, bitch. In the next second, the silvery white beam erupted from his body, splitting his flesh and blood, tearing apart his spirit body. With his back bent, the laughing Klein slowly straightened his body calmly, released the palm covering his left cheek, and smiled at the shadow in the distance. Behind him, the wave after wave of silvery white beams tore apart the Mind Dragon, turning it into pieces of pitch-black flesh. Devil, it's not about ruining it. I was never going to read it, and even if I did, I don't really give a shit. It's about showing Pushkar that his actions have consequences, bitch. They fell to the ground, and the knight marionette in silver armor retracted his broadsword and looked coldly at Shadow. Looking at the slightly lost Shadow, the worms of spirit on his left face curled up and stimulated the curved corner of a smile. You haven't seemed to notice something that I have, that you don't. Excuse me? Okay, it seems that we are now about to reach the crescendo of this, ending. Alright. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I am just gonna... Because I am... my coffee is done. I still have some tea left. Okay. I have some tea left. Okay, so after this chapter, I'm gonna quickly run down, make some tea, more coffee, then we'll finish the volume, okay? Alright, so we'll do one last chapter. 2 week. Yeah, bitch. Gotcha. As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand, a piece of pitch black and filthy flesh that appeared on his palm at some point, containing an indescribable aspect of madness. The answer is the hanged man's corruption, Klein smiled. The thing that that Shadow didn't was the corruption left behind by the true creator, an influence that even the power of Sassrier Castle couldn't dissipate. And the one thing that he was certain of, before he met Sassrier, the true creator wouldn't easily allow him to lose control or die. Therefore, he allowed corrupted parts of his body to be infected by mental plague, pretending that he had lost control. Then he pretended to be controlling spirit body threads aimlessly so as to cover up the fact that his target was the Spectator Saint. When the opponent launched a further attack, he entered a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the marionette. As expected, the corrupted parts of him wrapped around the seeds of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. You know what? Ramiro's god is actually kind of goated. What? Normally, like, even our great friend, Leo Darrow, you have to, like, at least mention his name to get his help. The Hanged Man was like, nah, homie, I got you. Don't even worry about it. He's just doing it out of the kindness of his heart. Kind of goated. Even Leo Darrow, you at least have to say his name or something. The Hanged Man is like, nah, I got you, fam. Don't worry about it. How could Klein not know how careful and cautious he was? Of course, Klein couldn't predict what kind of corruption would bring about when he met Sassrier. Would the mental plague that he had suppressed leak out and cause effects? All he could do was resolve the problem at hand. Upon hearing his words, the pure shadow burst out into a flame, instantly engulfing him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the place where the Giant King resided, a wisp of fire arose as the shadow appeared. He didn't hesitate to escape. He ran towards the palace, which acted as the chamber for the slumbering Sassrier, ignoring Inuni and the Sun Saint. When Klein, who was using his virtual persona, saw the scene, he was stunned. He couldn't help but smile. Am I that timid? He suspected that the shadow, which splintered off of him, had taken away most of his caution and carefulness, leaving behind most of his impulsiveness and recklessness. The silvery white beam lit up and smote the scarlet flame that descended outside the unshadowed domain, scattering the pitch-black shadow that appeared. Klein didn't waste time muttering to himself. He had long controlled the Silver Knight marionette. Then, according to the distribution of the flame and his habits, he predicted that the next few areas that the shadow would jump to. He then condensed the silver rapier ahead of time and smote down the moment the flame descended. The unshadowed domain didn't have a barrier in a physical sense. Anyone could leave or exert influence outside. Gehrman, but more unhinged versus Gehrman, but more cowardly? Yes, exactly, but the shadow clearly forgot. The reason Gehrman is who he is because he's a lunatic. If Gehrman loses that lunatic part and just becomes oh well, I need to be really careful, you're no longer Gehrman Sparrow, you fool. And if you lose who you are, you lose. However, the torn up shadow eventually turned into a thin piece of paper and disappeared. After a few more burning scarlet flames descended, the black shadow used them to jump, moving closer to the door of the Giant King's residence. The silvery white light that subsequently tore him apart only managed to take down the paper figurine substitute. From Sequence 5, Beyonders of the Warrior Pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the aid of psychological invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were obviously more useful than illusion creation. It was only a situation when two seers were in combat that scenes of shredded paper and illusions would occur. In just 2 or 3 seconds, scarlet flaming columns outside the Giant King's residence arose as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome a guest. In the next moment, a shadow jumped into one of the flames and hid in the area where Sassrier slept. But at that moment, a figure quickly appeared in front of the scarlet flaming column. None other than Klein's true body. If you lose who you are, you lose. People die when they are killed, ass. You are a bitch, Merlin. I want you to know that, okay? I thought I said something so cool, and you had to take it away from me. Whatever. The corners of his mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers. The scarlet flame columns were extinguished as the black shadow was forced to appear. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein could rush outside the Giant King's palace to intercept Shadow ahead of time was because after Shadow fled, he was no longer able to affect the summoning of items. He easily took out Creeping Hunger and switched to a Traveler Soul. It isn't a good thing to be so careful, Klein said to the Shadow. He then arched his back. As he bent over, his figure suddenly became a silver knight. The knight stabbed his broadsword into the ground and created an invisible barrier, sealing off the door to where Sassrier slept. At that moment, Klein swapped positions with the Silver Knight marionette. He gave Shadow the impression that he could enter the palace as long as he could destroy the Guardian's barrier. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of historical projection and controlling of spirit body threads. And plus, I will say, now that I know that the true creator is at least some kind of version of the Ancient Sun God, that makes me a little more open to him as well. Like, don't get me wrong, he's done some bad stuff, okay? He's done a lot of bad stuff. He's killed a lot of people we love. No doubt. No doubt. Definitely got to talk to him about that, okay? But, like, the Ancient Sun God did seem kind of base, though. When the tables turned, the battle between the three demigods of the City of Silver, Inuni, and the Sun God also changed. When Colin once again kept Inuni, who had his black armor, busy, Derek repeated his previous strategy. I'm saying, Hope, I'm agreeing with you. He killed a lot of people we love. We definitely need to talk to him about it. I'm not saying we're definitely on his side. I'm just saying, like, maybe. I'm saying maybe he had a good reason, okay? Maybe Dunn was about to, you know, betray the Evernight Goddess, who knows? And the true creator was just like helping out our goat, you know, who knows? We can fix him. At times, he would use Flaring Sun as an AoE effect to trade injuries to the Chief for a victory. At other times, he would condense a pure white Unshadowed Spear and engage in precision attacks. This wasn't used too often because it was easy for Inuni to avoid it, causing Colin to be injured by accident. I'm not saying definitely. I'm saying like maybe the true creator had a reason. Okay, we just need to talk to him about it. I don't know. I'm not saying I can fix him. I'm just saying, like, he deserves to at least. I think he's helped us out in this battle enough to at least to give him the opportunity to talk about why he did what he did. You know. Shut the amnesiac. Shut the fuck up. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Inuni finally reached the end of his rope. He once again spread out his last 2 illusory wings, turning into a pitch-black sea, devouring all light. He then drowned out Colin, causing the chief's body to be covered with a layer of thick black liquid. Seizing this opportunity, Inuni escaped the entanglement and avoided the subsequent Unshadowed Spear. He transformed into a shadow and moved towards the Giant King's residence in an attempt to join forces with Shadow to break through the barrier. Exactly, DSV, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying the true creator has gone from execute, like you need to put him down like a dog in the street, okay? You just need to fucking put him down, okay? He's done something so horrible. He doesn't deserve a trial. He doesn't deserve to justify his, he's just dead, okay? Immediate. But now he's gone to like, okay, like maybe he deserves a fair trial. I'm not saying like, okay, I'm just saying like, he deserves a trial. That's it. By the way, tomorrow there's a blood moon and a big moon together. Really? Oh, yes, there is. Nice. Okay, cool. Okay, seizing this opportunity, Inuni escaped the entanglement and avoided the subsequent unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and moved towards the Giant King's residence to join forces with Shadow to break through the barrier. At that moment, a silvery white beam burst out from his body, ripping him into a blob of dark red flesh. A surgical attack from Lovia. I fixed my telescope for some. You have a telescope? Nice. This 6-member council elder had given up on dodging the attack from the Sun Saint. At the instant Inuni was about to escape the battlefield, she switched to the grey soul of the Silver Knight evil spirit, dyeing her armor black. The dazing white and pure unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to shrink slightly and the blazing sun to devour her. The blobs of light in Inuni's body remained sentient. They gathered together in an attempt to rebuild the body. But at this moment, the sticky black liquid restricting the movement of Colin exploded with specks of light, turning into a storm and tearing through the obstruction, allowing the silver armor to resurface. Right on the heel. Okay, so tomorrow is the best night for me to drink my apprentice potion, right? That's the best time for me to do that. Right on the heels of that, the gigantified Silver Knight took a step forward and swung the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the hurricane of light from before to continue sweeping forward, inundating the blobs of dark red flesh. A pair of illusory black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the hurricane of light. However, Derek's flaring sun continued, the holy flames ignited, every blob of flesh and drop of blood melting everything. Yeah, exactly. I get to become an apprentice, I get to talk to Mr. Door, it's great. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that it was impossible for him to escape the fate of being destroyed. He didn't bother dealing with another blow to Lovia, and turned around, about to withdraw from his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and corruption. Slow. Lovia struggled to free herself from the remnants of the unshadowed spear and teleported to a spot not far away from the Sun Saint, and switched the grey soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body completely shattered. There were many cracks on her black patterned robe, revealing her slowly squirming flesh. Good lord, sorry about that. Her aura was rather weak. The slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for long. However, there was enough for Colin. He condensed a silver rapier and made it teleport to the enemy. This rapier experienced a random mutation. It pierced straight through the holy armor of the Sun Saint and exploded his body. Dude, how long is this fucking fight actually? What? And some motherfucker's gonna come out and go, actually this isn't even the main point of this volume, okay? Wait until Sassrier awakens and then we have to like kill him. The flesh fell to the ground and vanished in the blink of an eye, as though they had returned to the pages of history. As the battle ended, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the Giant King's residence and pincered Shadow. Shadow leapt and attempted to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he pressed down a hand wrapped by the transparent maggots. I just see Ramiro deleting everything. Shadow leapt and attempted to hide in the fog of history, but just as he saw the grayish-white fog, there was a hand wrapped in transparent maggots. Neither him nor Klein dashed to the time before the first epoch because they knew the other party would stop them. With nowhere to hide, Shadow fell to the encirclement of the 3 City of Silver demigods. His various powers offset by Klein. Even Flaming Jump was affected by flame controlling, making it difficult for him to escape. More than 10 seconds later, after the paper figurines were torn apart, Shadow finally expended all his substitutes. He was then stabbed in the abdomen by Derek's unshadowed spear. Derek, the actual MVP, bro, just became a demigod and is like, nah, we fight demigods now. He's really taking after his mentor, Mr. World. A round of blinding white light and a miniature sun exploded. The pitch-black shadow faded and melted away. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head and his mind as he was on the verge of losing control. He instinctively looked to his feet and saw that the illumination of the light of dawn had extended out. Too weak, Klein bent his back slightly as he couldn't help but laugh. After all, without the powers of a scholar of yore, without a marionette, without the ability to control spirit body threads, a seer was weak against the other demigods of the same sequence. Derek has an all-star lineup. Colin, Alger, Gehrman. Colin, yes. Gehrman, yes. Alger, not in fighting matters. Alger definitely in dealing with how to deal with bureaucracy and shit. Yeah, but if I had fighting questions, I wouldn't go to Alger. I'd be cooked. His spirit had been restored to its original state, but he had yet to remove the virtual persona set by Miss Justice. Furthermore, he had no intention of immediately summoning Miss Justice's projection to do this, as he had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. Inuni had shown the characteristic of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret Suppliant pathway. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of psychological influences. Virtual persona was a good measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's body quickly stiffened. No, Alder is unironically like a mentor you have the first time you get a corporate job. The mentor who tells you hey, it's okay to hit the job, it's okay to do bullshit work, it's okay to slack off, but you also need to be able to really talk yourself up in front of managers. So here's how you want to talk to them to make it look like you're doing so good and stuff. So you get the raises and you get promotions, but you don't have to you don't have to drink the Kool-Aid. You can still be chill. Alder's that guy. At that moment, the maggots on the left side of Klein's body settled down, returning to his flesh and skin. But due to the crazy effects of his virtual persona, there was still a transparent layer on the surface, allowing people to see the worms of spirit underneath. When Derek, Lovia, and the others looked at him, Klein straightened his back, reached out to grab the life's cane, pointed to the open door, and laughed. Let's make every second count. The Dark Angel is waiting for us. True, old Neil. True, for real. Okay, alright guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go make some more coffee and tea, and then we're gonna finish out the volume. What are we at now? 58. That's not that bad, dude. We just need 9 more chapters. We already did 9. So we're halfway through and 2 hours in. I told you, we could probably do sub 4 hours, hopefully. We could probably do sub 4 hours. That'd be based. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? Okay, we're back. Oh, DSV, you're going? Alright, bye, buddy. Appreciate you being here. Did the music finish? Oh, that's... Yeah, definitely not sub 4 for the reading, okay? I can't do sub 4 with the artwork. The artwork is gonna cook me. If I can do sub 4 with the reading, that would be phenomenal. What do you mean get peak music on? As if I don't always have peak music. What are you on? We'll finally shift Dr. Z. That's not gonna happen. I couldn't tell you the last time I've cried. Okay, did I change the title before I left? No, crying is not for the weak, okay? I literally can't fucking do that. I don't know, whatever it is. Like, you're in your, I don't know. No, Dr. Z, I'm not telling you I can't, like, I legitimately just don't even know the last time I cried. It was so long ago. Like, whatever tear ducts, like, mine are just shut down. My fucking factory is... Justin, like, weirdly enough, like 50% of the time, even when I cut onions, I just won't cry. About 50%. Half the time I will cry. For another, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I just... okay, whatever. Although Klein was urging them on the surface, he actually threw the life's cane to the bottom of the staircase at Lovia, allowing her to treat herself and Colin's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was least afraid of the negative effects of life's cane. Regardless of the changes, as long as it didn't involve the spirit, she could treat them. At the same time, Derek ran towards the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the stairs, picking up the severed arm of the chief. As long as a broken limb wasn't lost, the life's cane could heal the injuries. With an exaggerated smile, Klein nodded at Colin and leapt into the fog of history as he dashed to a time before the First Epoch. Then, with a thought, he returned to Sassrier Castle and sat at the seat of the Fool. With the help of the star responding to the Fool, which was constantly contracting and expanding, he checked the situation near the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, there was a deep darkness inside, indistinct and indescribable. As expected of the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of angels that is expected to be related to the chaos sea. Klein sighed as he frowned. He now expected that even if the little son entered the palace and prayed inside, it'd be difficult for him to see the exact situation through the darkness unless he became an angel and truly gained ownership of Sassrier Castle. Oh my fucking god. What? Okay. You know what? Let's just pick something from the... Okay, what is good music to you? Fine, Romero. Damn it. Indescribable as a description. What is good? Okay. What would be good? Yeah, Quantum, if you have any good suggestions for music, please hit me. Anyone, if you have good suggestions for music. That would just get Ramiro to get off my back. Previous music was... Although I said that. It's one more chapter until Kami has all the music laid out. I know. Ramiro is tweaking. Fuck it. You know what? Just ignore him. Let's go. One more chapter. Let's go. Okay. However, under his true vision, there was a deep darkness, indistinct and indescribable. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there would be many unknown effects hidden in the slumbering grounds of Sassrier. End of this chat. Yeah, it sounds good, Kami. He definitely couldn't be careless. He immediately reined in his thoughts and observed the situation around him. He searched for high-level existences like Adam and Aman, but didn't find anything. After letting out a breath, Klein shattered the miracle invoker characteristic that he had separated from the curtain. He made the parts consisting of the sequence 9 through 3 characteristic together, making the sequence 2 potion pure. He then returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by the virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he appeared in front of the door that led to the residence of the Giant King. The Silver Knight marionette that had inserted the sword into the ground and created an invisible barrier stood up. At this moment, the severed arm of Colin had already been reattached. Lovia, who had also recovered from her injuries, but at some point, a few golden wheats had grew on the back of her head and swayed. They walked to the door together with Derek and returned the life skein to Klein. After receiving it, he shook it and stopped maintaining the projection, making it vanish into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he made a grab with his right hand, intending to summon a projection of Miss Messenger when she was in perfect condition. At that moment, Colin asked, "Are you planning on summoning that angel?" "Not necessarily that one. I have too many choices," Klein spoke. Colin had already dispelled his giant state and regained his normal height. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden. At that moment, he was wearing a silver armor he conjured. That corrupted monster showcased the characteristics of degenerated living creatures. The place where Sassrier sleeps should have similar effects. What the Giant King means is that the angel projection that the world summons may rebel after entering the residence. Fallen angel, even a projection, can make us pay a heavy price, Derek thought. On the one side, the flesh on Lovia's head was squirming as she enveloped the few wheat heads and fused them with herself. Then he dragged... makes sense, Klein smiled. He then dragged out an ordinary raven from the fog of history. When the raven's figure was swallowed by the dark environment, Klein's brows moved slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the chief. "I've lost contact." Colin replied, "That's a king of angels for ya." Klein couldn't control the corners of his mouth from curling up. To him, this was a rather troublesome matter. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to enter in his stead. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off also proved this point. Alright, as if stretching his wrist, he waved his hand a few times and pulled out a black staff with many gems. The Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the artifact projection and a marionette would degenerate and betray him. After all of them were prepared. Colin, Lovia, and Derek simultaneously cast their gaze to the darkness behind the door. Using the Staff of the Stars in hand, Klein pointed ahead and said, "This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. For you. And for me." All of them are gonna die? You know what, Romero? If that is the case, then we had a good journey so far, okay? We had a great journey. With that said, he pressed down on his hat and followed the Silver Knight marionette. Passing through the open door, Colin, Lovie, and Derek didn't speak as they followed in silence and determination. Backlund in the battlefield outside the city. Let me just open up the music channel now because I just need to know whenever we switch. At that moment. Sounds good. Thank you, Kami. Using Lie to adjust her dragon transformation appearance, Audrey and the demigod in the physician military uniform, who wore a mask and glove, engaged in a fierce battle. The other party's impregnable defenses, impregnable, due to that Braun quote once again. The broadsword that had been condensed from the light of dawn, the rapier's ability to hide and teleport, left a deep impression on her. If not for the fact that she knew that the upper echelons of Faceac and Intest were mostly Silver Knights, Demon Hunters, Iron-Blooded Knights, War Bishops Unshadowed, Justice Mentors, Alchemists, and Arcane Scholars, and had gathered intelligence in advance at the Tarot Club and did some homework, Audrey, who lacked individual combat experience, would have long been defeated. Relying on the accumulated experience in this aspect, she managed to withstand the initial attacks and had finally composed herself. Relying on battle hypnotism, mind deprivation, mind breath, and mind storm, she turned the situation around. However, the most important thing that the godhood brought about by the dragon transformation had interfered with was the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. Furthermore, it allowed Audrey to possess a body that could withstand damage, as well as providing a power that could withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would have sustained injuries from barely being able to hold on. As a Sequence 3 of the Warrior Pathway, this general had a strong will and a uniqueness that was unaffected by illusions. I think a couple of these were new. Justice Mentor, I don't know if I know that one. Alchemists, I don't know if I know that one. Arcane Scholar, I don't know if I know that one. Oh no, Alchemists I know is 4 of the Savant Pathway, never mind. Justice Mentor, do I know that one? Oh yeah, Sequence 3, yep. Never mind, yeah, I do know those. He was able to effectively resist the effects of the mind and reduce the negative effects he had received. Therefore, he still held the upper hand and used light concealment and silver rapier to suppress Audrey. Audrey was calm about this because while fighting, she had already created a virtual persona and had diverted her attention to the surrounding environment and had scattered many mental plague seeds. It wasn't long before the Faceac General was silently infected. Arcane Scholar, thank you. Do I know that one? Arcane Scholar is Sequence 3 of the Savant Pathway, got it. Okay. At this moment, the red flaming spears shot out from the Allied forces' bases, blotting out the sky with their denseness. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and swung the Sword of Dawn, keeping Audrey fixed to the ground. The burning spears pummeled down one after another, blanketing the demigods. Audrey's face couldn't help but distort. The charred marks covered her grayish-white scales on her dragon transformation body. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it was still glowing with silver light, as it didn't suffer too much of an impact. Compared to a giant who specialized in defense, a dragon's ability to withstand blows was obviously much weaker. By the way, no one has seen ads today, right? Just to confirm? You shouldn't be, but I just want to confirm. At this point, because sometimes YouTube can just fucking add them on our own, but I've turned them off from my end, so hopefully, so you shouldn't be seeing them, but YouTube can sometimes do their. When another wave of flaming spear was about to hit them, there seemed to be a commotion with the Allied forces' bases, and there was a collapse to a certain degree. At that moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished, as though it had never existed. Alright, Merlin, stunt on him. Audrey and Faceac General stopped fighting at the same time, finding themselves to be weak. Oh, yes. Music change, music change. Oh my god, you're gonna make me use Evangelion music? Bro. Thank god I don't have ads today, they wouldn't have fucking mattered anyway. She saw that behind the Allied forces' bases, at the edge of the boundless plains, an orange-red ray of light rushed over, covering half the sky, blocking out the sun. The area around Backlund turned to dusk. The thick darkness appeared on the other side of the sky, quickly colliding with the orange sunset. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Is the goddess coming? In Backlund, outside the St. Ireland Cathedral, Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, looked up at the half-dark, half-dusk sky. His throat let out a silent sigh as he cast his gaze at the entrance of the St. Ireland Cathedral. The brown-haired Eikens Bernard and the other members of the hive mind stood there, staring blankly at the sky. In just a few moments, they were enjoying a deep level of cooperation with Leonard's Red Glove team. Together, they dealt with the evil forces in Backlund, searching for the organization that believed in the Fool, the one that used the tarot card as a code name. Oh yeah, true. God, you guys, I feel like Leonard knows something about this and he's lying. I don't know why. At the cathedral, at the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the city of generosity, Bayam, Danitz watched the resistance enter the city and take over many places. Finally, heaving a sigh of relief as he turned to Alger. Look, they're very popular in most places in the city. Alger's gaze followed the slightly dark-skinned natives as he didn't respond. Danitz felt very relaxed and said, I never expected that we would meet again in such a circumstance. Alder looked up at the sky as he was about to say something, as he cast his gaze to the northwest sky. The place he looked at instantly darkened, as layers of dark clouds formed and countless silver bolts of lightning snaked out. The descent of the gods? Are they coming? Am I crazy? Many deep blue waves surged up and were swept by the wind. They rushed towards the clouds and connected to the sea. Wherever the sea and the sky intersected, beams of light lit up, but they weren't resplendent or clear. Without any colors, they seemed to be formed from countless illusory objects. Like the gods are coming, yo. That's the goddess in Backlund. What Alder just saw is Leodero, of course. The music is fantastic. Thank you as always, Kami. Switch. Paula nodded. In a battlefield near the capital, Lemberg, the balls of the compressed scarlet fireballs flew past the corpses, weapons, blood and smoke under the guidance of the flaming spear. They landed in an area that were built with simple construction work. As he watched the smoke rise and the flames spread. Kren, you did! Anderson flung the dust in his hand and turned to the deputy beside him. I wonder how long this will last. Any last words? I can help you write a will. As he had wished, he saw the angry looks of the militia around him, but the militia didn't attack. The glint in their eyes slowly settled as they cast their gaze in another direction. You didn't respond to my provocation. This means you're planning something, Anderson thought. Without waiting for the deputy and the militia to respond, the hunter smiled. Y'all are planning on surrendering, right? Are you trying to protect your family and friends? You haven't become Beyonders for so long. It's only through the war that you have obtained the main characteristic from the enemy. Only then did you become hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs. However, when it comes to plotting conspiracies, y'all are way too inexperienced. I am curious, why don't you try to convince me to surrender together? I think I should project the image of being very firm usually. Besides, I'm not a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Oh, this is his thing! He has like a group that he's making stronger because that's his ritual. Good. Having said that, Anderson looked thoughtfully at his deputy. Is it because the enemy's brass is totally furious at me? They give the order not to accept my surrender? The deputy remained silent before saying, "Since you already know, why are you asking?" With a swoosh, and the nearby militia raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson, appearing to have come to a collective understanding. "If I don't ask, how can I be sure what everyone's thinking?" Anderson smiled. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and placed his right hand into his pocket. It was unknown what he was looking for. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became huge. EBS? The blazing golden sun made Anderson and company unable to open their eyes. Immediately following that, an illusory tower appeared. Every level of it made of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one looked, the darker it became, filled with the aura of insanity, auspiciousness, and disaster. Books? Is this the god of knowledge? The tower extended high into the sky, as though it had encompassed the entire world itself. Backlund, within the Odora family villa. All of the sanguine in the city had gathered here to prepare for the impending outcome of the war. Emlyn, who had become an earl, had his hands in his pocket. It's Heisenberg. He stood by the window, bathed in the light of dusk and night, as he watched the members of his race discuss the current affairs. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he looked out. In the garden, a bunch of withered grass was dyed green again. They rapidly grew green as they reached the height of a person. Mother Earth? In other places in the city, some of the street-side trees that had not been affected by the previous bombardments were wildly absorbing nutrients from unknown resources. One by one, they rose up and grew to tens of meters tall. Their branches were thick and leaves were like umbrellas. Dude, what the fuck is gonna happen? How many gods is that? Evernight? Storm? EBS, God of Knowledge, and now Amibella, whatever. 5. We're at 5 gods already. And this probably also means God of Machinery is coming soon. One by one, they rose up, and soon grew to tens of meters tall. The branches were thick, and the leaves were like umbrellas. These towering trees were connected to one another, covering half of the sky in Backlund. Many buildings were crushed, or they were entangled by the branches and vines. It was as if they had been abandoned for over a century. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many places in Backlund became a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the dark interior of the Giant King's residence, Klein immediately observed the Silver Knight marionette in front of him, and the Staff of Stars in his right hand and Creeping Hunger on his left. They didn't show any abnormality for the time being. The corresponding spirit body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. Sounds good, Kami, thank you. After confirming the situation in this area, Klein cast his gaze and observed his surroundings. The place was enveloped by thick darkness. They couldn't see further than 5 meters away. The ground was paved with grayish-white bricks that seemed that looked like they were pieces of frozen sunsets. They didn't reveal anything extraordinary. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He reached into the void and attempted to summon an angel. The next second, he laughed aloud because he had lost a clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why the historical void projection he had summoned to enter had lost contact with the entire region after entering. Burn! How's it going, man? Laughing, Klein suddenly turned around and walked to the area he had entered. Mr. Sparrow, what do you want to do? Derek asked. Klein replied, "Now is not the time to explore this place. I plan to come again later." Are you planning on summoning a Sequence 4 historical projection and try to see if it will degenerate and betray you after you bring it in? Colin thought. No. No one has set the rule that we can't go out once we enter, or not be able to enter once we leave. In such a situation, the world's words were a little strange. Derek felt that it made sense, because the City of Silver had done a similar thing. Through repeated acts of entering and exiting, they accumulated intelligence and details to resolve the problems they faced. Lovia didn't say a word. From her point of view, it was undoubtedly a good thing that she could make more preparations. In an exploration that determined the fate of the city, they definitely couldn't be rash. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed. It looks like the owner doesn't want us to leave. The faint light at the door has been devoured by the darkness. Colin surveyed the area and said, "We can only proceed forward." Seeing that the chief and the world turned around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and emitted a golden glow illuminating the surroundings, revealing the thick columns and with indescribable tops. Some of them had their silhouettes outlined while others were hidden in the darkness. Derek retracted his gaze, preparing to head out forward. At that moment, he failed to see another figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils dilated. He then turned his head to look for Lovia, who'd been standing beside him a moment ago. This demigod just disappeared without a trace. Oh, we're so cooked. Either she's gonna betray us or she just got one-tapped. Derek's abnormality was noticed by both Klein and Colin. At the same time, they cast their gaze at the spot where Lovia had disappeared, as though she had evaporated into thin air. With the intuition of a seer and the recointer abilities of a demon hunter, I don't know what this fucking word is, they failed to realize when Lovia had gone missing. The curl on Klein's lips grew wider. With no hesitation, his mind raced as he allowed his spirit body to enter the world above the grey fog, combining with the dark red illusion of the Fool. On the heels of that, he cast his gaze towards the star representing the sun, hoping to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still obscured by the darkness. Nothing was revealed. Without any time to think, Klein returned to the real world. In the span of 2 or 3 seconds, it was only Derek and the silver marionette by his side. The chief of the City of Silver had also disappeared. "What the hell just happened?" Klein asked. Derek looked at him. Didn't you see it? The moment he finished speaking, the shadow under Derek suddenly came alive, extending upwards, enveloping him and the sunlight he emitted. The shadow completely covered Derek. It fused with the surrounding darkness, no longer separable. Klein had originally raised his black staff to prevent an anomaly from happening, but in the end didn't do anything. He just watched with a smile. After a few seconds, he noticed that his body had turned black and dull, as though he was being melted into the environment. Similarly, Klein didn't try to save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with a shaking head. My darkness. Who decided that, amnesiac? After his figure disappeared, his vision changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly, covered in a layer of faint shadows. Outside the window, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars, but a faint light shone through the window, making the entire palace appear sinister, dark, and cold. In the deepest part of the palace stood a very faint shadow, resembling curtains. Lovia, Colin, Derek stood at a distance not far away from him, observing their surroundings as they came to another world. Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter, as Klein smiled at Derek and company. His indifferent attitude made the chief's calm and composed manner also made Derek calm down. He was no longer enveloped by his fear. Colin nodded. Just as he was about to share his speculations, he felt something had turned to the deepest part of the palace. Music. I remember that. Oh my god, JJK. What are you doing to me? You're putting on JJK music? No. Oh no. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions. In the depths of the palace, the faint shadow dissipated, revealing a flight of steps meant for giants and the iron-black throne atop. Sitting on the throne was a man in black, slightly curly hair that reached his shoulders. Inuni? His eyes covered in shadows, and his actual appearance was blurry, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Layers and layers of black wings fell down from behind him, covering most of his body. His robe was black with silver threads embroidered in it. They formed complicated patterns on the gorgeous accessories hanging on. At that moment, the man had left his left elbow on the armrest, holding up one side of his face in his palm, as though he was in a deep sleep. Bro, I thought Sassrier would be sleeping in like a fucking, in a coffin. He's just sitting on a fucking chair like, I'm the fucking OG, bro. I run this bitch. What a go! Omniscience? Aura farming in his sleep. He's like, wow. He's like, if shit really hits the fan, they'll wake me up, no problem. And then he's like, I don't know, Dr. Z. He's been sleeping for like 3,000 years. I imagine when someone goes to sleep for that long, they do it in a coffin. Call me crazy. I don't know. Omniscience. This makes me think of like when Klein said like, oh, the pathways being interchangeable represent different parts of like omniscience and omnipotence, but I don't remember what it was in reference to anymore. Without needing anyone to make introductions, all demigods present understood the reality. The giant-like man who was sleeping on the iron-black throne was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, Dark Angel Sassrier. Among them, Lovia could clearly sense the oppression coming from this absolute existence. It was like the response when praying to the true creator, an aura that could cause her thoughts to scramble, her soul to degenerate, and her body to tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter as she turned her head to the side. Klein bent his back and laughed. What the fuck is that? Klein, no! We need the serious Klein, stop! You're gonna get us all killed! He's still sleeping. Should we wake him up or wait for him? If we choose to wake him up, how do we greet him? Hello, Your Highness, Dark Angel, Rose Redemption Leader. These two questions sounded ridiculous and arrogant, but they had managed to shake off the influence of the environment and made Colin fall into a deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was important, and it considered their subsequent actions. Colin thought for a moment before saying, let's not wake him for the time being. Try approaching him and searching for clues and information. Why so serious? Those are my thoughts as well. Klein casually snapped his fingers and walked to the black throne. At this moment, he felt fortunate that he had already taken care of Shadow and restored his spirit to its complete state, or he wouldn't be able to restrict his virtual persona. When he was imagining how to do the greeting, he almost burst out, "Hi, Sassy!" Dude, I want this client to meet Aman. They would, I feel like they would have such a good time. Seeing that Gehrman had taken 2 steps forward, Lovia finally snapped out of her daze. I'll give it a try using a graced soul. This was a relatively safer method, which wouldn't harm the team. As Klein nodded, the black staff in his hand, he turned to his side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom image appeared in front of Lovia. A pair of goat horns lined with mysterious patterns sat atop its head. Its skin was black and matte, exuding a sinister fullness, a devil. It was different from the devils that he had seen before. Its body was covered with signs of decay, with yellow-green pus hanging off of it, as though it was mixed with the power of degeneration. Klein on his goofy arc for real. As Klein casually sized up the phantom image, the devil spread its huge bat-like wings, causing the light blue flame on it to burn even more vigorously. It took a step forward, slowly approaching a throne and the staircase meant for giants. Using its intuition for danger, it surveyed the area. While Colin and Klein and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also began scrutinizing the details of the palace. Discovering that behind the throne that Sassrier slept, there was a pair of dim, grayish-blue doors that depicted sunset. That may be the door that leads to the outside world, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver thought. At this moment, the devil, who had traveled midway, suddenly paused, enveloped by a cluster of silver lightning. He quickly faded away after being blasted to pieces. That sounds to me like Leodero is keeping anyone from approaching Sassrier to wake him. Am I crazy? A pillar of light with swirling holy flames smote out of thin air, purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. EBS? Lovia didn't feel any pain from losing her target. She only frowned slightly as she couldn't think of a better way to probe. Klein looked ahead and said, as expected, "I'm the man for the job." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward as he took out a box of matches from his pocket and lit them one by one and threw them around. "I've always been a little timid," Klein said after throwing half the box of matches. Even Derek wasn't completely convinced by this sentence. Following that, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein walked towards the throne that might have belonged to an ancient god. One does not simply approach the Dark Angel. One does it while aura farming. When he approached at the spot where the Devil's Soul was destroyed, his left palm tightened. Klein lowered his head and saw that creeping hunger had returned to its human-skinned form. An exaggerated crack opened in its palm. Inside were 2 rows of illusory white teeth. The sealed artifact was attempting to gnaw at Klein's flesh in a bid to consume his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had degenerated. Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the Staff of the Stars in his right hand and confirmed that the Grade Zero artifact, which didn't have any living characteristics, had yet to show any abnormality. He then raised his right hand, stuffed the other end of the Staff of Stars into Creeping Hunger. Creeping Hunger bit a few times before it finally calmed down, sensing the suppression of a higher level entity. Kind of like, you shut the fuck up, Creeping Hunger. You understand you ain't shit nowadays, okay? I just keep you around because it's funny. After laughing twice, Klein took another step forward, covering a few meters. Cracks appeared in the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and tiles as one brass eye after another grew out. A figure appeared in front of the countless eyes. When is the next music change? 12:61. Okay, we're still ways. Okay, we're good. Figure appeared in front of the countless eyes. The first presented as the black-haired, light brown-eyed, and cold-looking Gehrman. Following that, he warped into the black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly-looking Klein Moretti, then transformed into a degenerated, blurry spirit with grayish-white fog. At this moment, these figures seemed to expose all of Klein's secret. Something came to a halt. Boom! He exploded, transforming into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and disappeared. Klein raised his brow and hissed, "The omniscient power of the reader pathway?" Just as he finished speaking, the brass-colored eyes, which seemed to grow out of the shadows, trembled and emitted an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient time. "The aura of Sassrier Castle." Sassrier Castle? Colin seemed to recall something as he came to a realization. It's only possible to get a response or approach Sassrier with a Sassrier. That's why, despite the hanged man clearly having Lovia, a demigod, he still forced me to sneak in here to meet Sassrier. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona's instinct to speak. Oh. And also another reason why the true creator was happy to help Klein keep the Sephira instead of Aman getting it, because he knew he could at least use Klein to a degree, whereas Aman he just can't do anything with. Before he considered what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadows emitted another voice. Your fate has intersected with Amanesis, Leodero, Adam, Aman, Herabergen, Occasus, Medici, Ouroboros, as well as him. Who the fuck is him? How the fuck do you name all the kings of angels and go, not him though, he's kinda goated. What the fuck? Is him the ancient sun god? Him? With regards to the true names that the brass-eyed mentioned, Colin, Derek, and Lovia were no strangers to the names. They knew the first was the Evernight, followed by the 7 of the 8 Kings of Angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of Sequence 0 true deities in the present day. This left them stunned. They couldn't believe that Gehrman would have crossed paths with so many existences that crossed Sequence 1. Together, with the sleeping angel in front of him, the Mr. World and the 8 Kings of Angels have already crossed paths. How impressive, Derek marveled. Derek is sitting there, he's like, that's why he's my go! Believe in him. Klein was in no mood to quip about his divine interpersonal skills as he smiled and asked, him? He believed that him referred to the true creator. After all, he still had his corruptive influences left in his body. The brass eye and the shadowed curtain fell silent before saying, he is another me. The true creator really is another side of the ancient sun god. The side that was born from the god's corpse. A side filled with hatred and viciousness, the one that controls degeneration. Klein drew an equal sign between the black and gloomy infant sitting in the cavity of ASG's chest and the true creator. It also gained initial confirmation that he was speaking to the psyche left behind by Sassrier. He is another me because Sassrier was born from ASG and the true creator came from the corpse of ASG, making... yeah, I guess, okay. He thought about it as he couldn't help but smile. Why did he form the Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient sun god? The information that the question revealed was something that Colin and Lovia had already had an inkling of. However, after hearing Gehrman say it, they still felt pangs of depression. The curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floors trembled, but Sassrier remained sleeping. Sassrier is like, you ask questions about the ancient sun god, I sleep. Those brass eyes stared at him and said, the sun god is my original honorific name. You may now address me as the Lord who created everything, the omniscient, omnipotent God, or God Almighty. Isn't this similar to the original creator's thing? Then that's so confusing. Because this gives me really strong, like, Christian... yeah, Maxilla, exactly. It gives me really strong, like, Christian vibes. But... what the fuck is happening? I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this time, finally, Klein laughed out loud. He felt the lingering fear. This was because he was mocking Deputy's heaven. What? He was mocking Heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, a king amongst kings of angels, as well as his true form. To not anger the other party, he quickly repeated the question, so why did you betray yourself and form the Rose Redemption with the Evernight Goddess to assassinate yourself? The ethereal voice slowly sounded. The primordial one had awoken in my body. No, hold on. Let me cook. The ancient... Okay. In my mind, the primordial means the original creator. In my mind, okay? So, ASG had accumulated so much power that the original creator was like being reformed in his body. That also feels very similar to what Aman says is going to happen to Klein. Which would also make sense, because the original creator... was where the Sassrier came from. So he had to like kill himself to get away from that. Okay. Upon hearing this, Klein's eyes dilated. For some reason, he felt his hair stand on end. It was close to his guess, but it was terrifying. At this moment, the shadows around him thickened. It became more and more sinister and gloomy, as if it was giving birth to some unknown, a redoubtable danger. Although Colin, Derek, and Lovia didn't understand the meaning of Sassrier's words, they were still affected by the sinister, harrowing words. It left him shuddering in fear as they trembled. The primordial one had awoken in my body. These words echoed in the air for a long time. No one is an exception. That's a good title. After a while, Klein asked, the primordial one is the one who created this world, transforming his body into everything? To be frank, Klein's subconscious wanted to ask if the entity referred to the primordial demoness. However, with a thought, he eliminated this guess. The fuck are you talking about? Klein's gaze subconsciously shifted upwards. Okay, sounds good. Firstly, because the demoness didn't have the necessary level to strike fear into ASG. The City of Silver's creator, even the goddess, couldn't do so. Secondly, after Sassrier entered his slumber, this evil god was only born in the 4th epoch, and had been influenced by the second blasphemy slate. Sassrier likely didn't even know of her, and even if he did, her using her omniscient capabilities, he wouldn't be able to mention a Sequence Zero who hadn't been involved in the 3rd epoch. Behind the thick and sinister shadow, the brass eye flashed in unison. The universe. The fuck? What do you mean? Upon hearing that, Klein was perplexed, feeling that Sassrier hadn't answered his question. I think it kind of does, because if above the sequence is the cosmos, all the cosmos put together would be the universe, no? But very quickly he understood what the other party meant. The primordial chaos created this world, but not the entire universe. The primordial one refers to the original creator, the oldest one. Klein turned his head to the side as he swept a glance at the 3 demigods of the City of Silver, realizing that they had looks of puzzlement and confusion on their faces. In the history of the City of Silver, the creator, who was the ancient sun god, was equivalent to the original creator, the oldest one. He was a supreme existence who had awoken after eons of slumber upon creating this world, then stripped the authorities of the ancient sun god and retrieved them, or of the ancient gods and retrieved them. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's method of awakening was different from what the City of Silver residents imagined. Oh, so it was only they thought ASG was directly the original creator, but in reality, ASG, because of his strength, eventually became the original creator because he awakened in his body. Oh, I see. Okay. The universe. Klein thought for a moment and asked, the primordial one awakened in your body because you gained control of the Chaos Sea? Then, what would happen to him, considering how he planned to gain initial control of Sassrier Castle? Those brass eyes stared at him for a few seconds before saying, that isn't the only reason. The higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial. Therefore, every Pathway's King of Angel in Sequence 0 may have the original creator, the oldest one, awaken in them? Klein then thought of another matter. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that the Chaos Sea was underground, could it be possible that the higher the sequence, the easier it is to be influenced by the Chaos Sea, resulting in the original creator awakening in one's body? The thing that Ankh-Vault sealed in the City of Miracles is in Grozel's travel wasn't the corruption, but the awakening of the original creator? Of course, this is the most terrifying form of corruption, and the source of all this is where most, or perhaps all, characteristics come from. They're all part of his body? Klein thought of various possibilities as he came up with all kinds of speculation. In the end, he remembered the warnings of his captain. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that constantly fight against threats and madness. Captain Dunn, our favorite Sequence 7. At that moment, Klein took a deep breath. He secretly exhaled and sighed inwardly, a characteristic as both a gift and a curse. He gathered his thoughts and smiled. Will one be corrupted from just learning of these matters? No. It just means that the chances of the primordial awakening in your body is higher. Isn't that just corruption? What do you mean? Like, oh no, you won't get corrupted, just your chances of getting corrupted are higher. What the fuck does that mean? When he heard that, he was shocked. On one hand, he was glad that the chief and the little son didn't know much about these matters, so hadn't made the connections. After all, the phrase, the higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial, didn't bring about any corruptions. On the one hand, he felt a deep sense of pity for himself. This was because he knew too much, and now, with all of this chained together, he had no idea what kind of negative things would happen to him once he left the ancient god's kingdom. This is like saying, oh no, like you can drink and drive, you won't get into an accident. It just means your chances of getting into an accident go way higher. What the fuck does that sentence mean? That sentence is like the most redundant bullshit anyone's ever uttered. What the fuck? Furthermore, this didn't look like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, this Beyonder characteristic had already fused with his spirit and body. Consider the method employed by Ankh-Vault. Actually, I don't need to worry too much. Aman and his brother definitely know about this, and nothing happened to them yet. As long as I don't approach the Chaos Sea as a Sequence 3, I don't need to worry about such problems. It would be the same even if I advanced to Sequence 2. After some thought, Klein gave up the intention to delve deeper. He just smiled and diverted the topic. Therefore, under your tacit agreement, you worked with the goddess and established Rose Redemption, preparing to kill yourself. Okay, maybe I'm just dumb. Why did ASG just not, like, stake himself in the heart or whatever and just be done with it? What the fuck? By reviving and escaping the Primordial One, you will gain true control of the Chaos Sea and the corresponding pathways? That's right. Not long after I walked out of the Chaos Sea, I realized this problem. I deliberately split a portion of my persona, fusing the authority of degeneration with the Hanged Man's characteristic, creating another me. Its purpose was to control the Chaos Sea, and to isolate it from my true body to prevent any contamination and corruption. But in the end, the Primordial One still awoke in my body. The Primordial One is like, nah, bitch, I made this whole shebang. What, you think you can escape from me? I got it. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall. The Hanged Man's pathway refers to the secret suppliant pathway. Back then, the Dark Angel must have been really powerful. He had a partial control of the Chaos Sea, as expected of a King of Angel. As Klein sighed, he recalled that the ancient sun god had failed to prevent the original creator, the oldest one, from awakening in his body despite working so hard. He felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future held. That is why I convened Leodero, Aucuses, Hera Bergen, Medici, and Ouroboros, inviting the various deities and kings of angels with Amanesis to establish the Rose Redemption. Sassrier's voice echoed. Okay. So basically, in my mind, ASG realized that his level had become too high, basically. Like, he realized he was way too over-leveled, and he was now running up against a boss that he just couldn't defeat. So he killed himself, split the characteristics on purpose. So he was like, hey, listen, let me go down a couple levels so that I can still be strong, but, like, I don't have to worry about that happening. But, like, that's in my mind what's happening. It's no wonder it's called Redemption. It's no wonder the King of Angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who were completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would participate as well. Why didn't you invite Aman and his brother? In theory, they should be on his side as well. Their births were a result of my hard work to resist the Primordial One. I was worried inviting them would bring about an accident. So basically, call me crazy. All I read in that was that the ancient sun god said his two sons were an accident. Okay, that's all I heard. Listen, my reading ability not the greatest, but that's what I heard. Okay? You tell that to Aman, he probably kills himself, we're done. Easy. The Hanged Man already separated a Sassrier, but they're still crowd. Let's see. Whatever convert. These secrets left the three demigods of the City of Silver in a daze. Even the chief of the six-member council, who had read quite a number of ancient documents, had emotional upheavals despite all their knowledge and experience. Everyone's saying it's the exact opposite. I'm aware, but all the same, it is funnier for me to say it that was fucking. So that's the case. I knew the ancient sun god wouldn't have kids for no reason. It was easy for Klein to control his persona from voicing the thought out loud. Before he asked another question, the spirit left behind by Sassrier seemed to sink into his memories as he continued. After I finished preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed off the palace. I returned to my body through my slumber and strengthened my consciousness, forming a balance with the Primordial One, creating an opportunity for Amanesis and the others. Ultimately, they successfully killed me. According to my plan, I would have revived in the Giant King's court, accumulate the corresponding uniqueness and characteristics via the correct method, but Leodero, Aucuses, and Hera Bergen betrayed me and ate my body. I could only rush to fuse with my extreme emotions before dying, in which I was reborn within the corpse. I then took away the characteristic of the Hanged Man pathway and the authority of degeneration. Okay, hold on. So they killed him on purpose, but they weren't supposed to take the characteristic. The characteristic were still supposed to be left to him. So basically, ASG was just trying to kill the body, retain the spirit, sort of similar to what Roselle was trying to do. Trying to retain all his strength, but get rid of the madness, basically. Because like Roselle was trying to get rid of all the other pathways or whatever, and just keep the grades sequence 0 of the Black Emperor pathway. It's very similar to what he was trying to do, in essence. Is that fair? But then they took that. But then they took the characteristics. They were like, yoink, that's mine, buddy. Okay. I then took away the beyonder characteristic of the Hanged Man pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's similar to what I imagined. The Lord of Storm, EBS, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom committed a betrayal eventually. No wonder that Madame Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. With a sudden realization, Klein felt that most of the fog in the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was just his belief, nothing real. There was no way of making contact with the fog of history. After sighing, he thought of a question. Since Sassrier has returned to the ancient sun god and evolved into the true creator with his original body, who is the one sleeping on the throne now? Why did the true creator force me to enter the Giant King's residence to meet Sassrier? That's a great question. Because this can't be a Sequence 1, because Sequence 1 can't exist with the true creator existing. As his thoughts raced, he cast his gaze back to the throne, inspecting Sassrier's condition. The layers of illusory black wings that covered more than half of Sassrier's body rose and fell, revealing a layer of grayish-white. It was located on the black throne, hidden to the side of Sassrier, giving an extremely ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused as he stared intently, confirming that the grayish-white came from a strange stone. Its surface was mottled with the ravages of time. Is this what I think it is? In my mind, this is a blasphemy slate. That can't be. It was engraved with words that he had never learned, but could make sense of at a glance. These words seem to be the source of all languages, including, but not yet limited to, Jotun, Hermes, ancient Fasak, and the southern continent's Dutanese. The blasphemy slate! The first blasphemy slate! Oh shit! Oh shit! Sequence 3, Demon of Arcana. Sequence 2, Master. Sequence 1, Light of Darkness. Sequence 0, Paragon. A small amount of information flashed in Klein's mind as he had a realization. Wait. Paragon? Which pathway is Paragon? What? Demon of Arcana. What? The first blasphemy slate that was born in the Chaos Sea. And this was very likely a key item that Sassrier used to control parts of the Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Klein felt the surroundings become quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtain seemed to disappear. Klein's gaze subconsciously shifted upwards to meet the eyes hidden in the shadows. Sassrier, who was sleeping on the black throne, opened his eyes. With a boom, Lovia's body collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow was a pair of blank but painful eyes. What, I'm supposed to be sad because Lovia died? Fuck him. I don't care. Dude, those are such cool names! Demon of Arcana is so hard. What? Excuse me? Master is kind of... Light of Darkness. Holy shit. Paragon. Okay, let's go. Let's go. 1262. The shepherd that leads the goats. That's so good. Oh my god. When he realized that Sassrier had woken up, Aman felt his heart tighten and he was on full alert. He didn't feel any fear or anxiety. After all, he had already confirmed that Sassrier had returned to the ancient sun god's body after being betrayed by the existences such as Lord of Storm, EBS, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He had focused his negative and extreme emotions on his corpse where he had been reborn, turning into the true creator. Illuminator is good. Illuminator is really good too, but Light of Darkness I feel like is better. Light of Darkness? He didn't return here, so whatever he left was a culmination of his psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just communicated with the remnant psyche of Sassrier rather normally and didn't feel any animosity. However, the City of Silver's 6-member council Lovia losing control without any means to resist, the moment she opened her eyes, turning into a flowing shadow, and the eyes behind the shadowy curtain, Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled the corners of his lips. A strong sense of fear and despair surged through him. Just waking up from his slumber and not using any powers at all, or revealing his mythical creature form, was enough to make a Sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot, a testimony to how terrifying his level was. But who the fuck is this? Because Sassrier shouldn't even exist anymore now that he's the true creator. What the fuck is happening? I thought, is Sassrier like the embodiment of like or not the, but like a way for the true creator to come back? Like sort of like the angel, like 017 I think it is for the Evernight Goddess? Is it just like a... I don't know, but then why would he just be trapped here? I don't know. At that moment, all that remained in Klein's mind were the titles previously mentioned. The left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of kings of angels. It wasn't as if Klein had never dealt with the kings of angel before. On the contrary, he had frightened Medici and made a deal with Adam, obtained the key to enter the palace from Herabergen, and had gleaned potion formulas from Aukas's. He had managed to crack Ouroboros' cycle of fate, and had pitted the brains of Aman, and had pitted his brains against that of Aman. He was possibly well deserving of the title as the person who crossed the most paths with the kings of angels below that of a Sequence 0. That is a cool title, to be able to say like, I've kind of dealt with all of them. I'm still here, bitches. However, in these interactions, he had never fought with the kings of angel. He relied on the powers of Sephra Castle to instantly escape or cut contact. He had never faced a king of angel or deity in the truest sense of the word. The only exception was the one time he was caught by Aman and had exchanged blows with him several times. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits, not a physical one. Aman had shown the characteristics of a god of trickery and didn't reveal the strength and a level of a king of angel. It was only at his final moments that he revealed it, but the goddess using the Giant King's son to stop him and preventing him from harming Klein. Even so, Klein encountered the Angel of Time on the way. He would easily finish off the strongest helpers Klein could summon. It was something Klein couldn't replicate to now, exceeding his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon the historical projection of Zaratul, he would be in danger too. At that moment in time, Klein, Colin, and the Sun all faced the King of Angels, the malice-filled Deputy of Heaven, the left hand of God that instantly caused a Sequence 4 demigod to collapse. Can this motherfucker aura farm any harder? He wasn't even awake yet, and everyone was like, damn, that's a hard-looking guy, dude. He's so goated. He opens his eyes, demigod, immediately, just, oh. It's like, this is like some Michael Jackson level shit. Like, you know, he just shows up on the stage, women are fainting. Like, what the fuck? How could such an enemy not make them reel in despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver and return to the world above the grey fog. I love how he's like, Derek, we had a good run, buddy. I helped you a lot. My bad. By relying on the last miracle and deceived bullets, he could revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. He's just giving up. He's like, no, I gotta go, bro. As his thoughts raced, he raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At that moment, the shadow on Lovia had broken out of her loss of control. It let out a voice and said, "He's not that strong." Excuse me, bitch? Who's saying this? Nah, I'm out. As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow split apart, revealing what was hidden behind. A lump of squirming flesh nearly 2 meters tall. At the top, there was a pair of pale grey eyes that seemed to be looking down upon the entire world. There were eyes that had remnants of spirituality left in them. In other parts of the lump of flesh were arms, thighs, and calves that weren't covered in skin, but sticky blood. They either held up the body or crowded towards the chest and layers. The shadowy curtain fell once again, covering the lumps of flesh, turning into her cape. A phantom, about 5 or 6 meters tall, appeared in front of Lovia, the silver knight she had grazed. "He isn't a god, we can take him." Motherfucker, we aren't gods either. Fuck you thought this was? She could still control herself and attack Sassrier. No you can't, bitch. Upon seeing this, Klein and Colin heard what Lovia said, quickly understanding what she meant. Sassrier didn't possess the strength that he appeared to. He only used the authority of degeneration and his influence over a lower sequencer of the same pathway to make Lovia's body degenerate. As for her own spirit, she remained conscious and rational. Of course, with the loss of control of her body, a large amount of corruption would corrode her spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to go completely mad. This could be subverted if she were to quickly resolve the battle in time. With this knowledge, combined with seeing the first blasphemy slate, Klein had a preliminary guess. This enemy was a byproduct of the psyche, will, and aura left behind by Sassrier, as well as the Chaos Sea's power, which were brought about by the first blasphemy slate. By the way, what Klein saw, is that all that was visible of the blasphemy slate? Like, is Klein able to, like, take a deeper look, maybe get the potions for the formulas for the sequence 1 and the ritual for the sequence 0 potion or something? Perhaps there was a bit of the awakening consciousness of the primordial one, in other words, the creator. There was a small amount of it, a consciousness that was crazy and filled with evil thoughts, equivalent to a different type of evil spirit. It was unknown if it was considered an angelic evil spirit. And this could be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator, god of knowledge and wisdom, and Aman's brother didn't personally enter this palace. Once they approached the primordial one and the Chaos Sea, it was more dangerous for them as they were higher sequences. I love how Klein is like the fucking goat of like plot armor. Oh, I'm a higher sequencer? Well, of course, it's like good for me to be a higher sequence because I'm like stronger, right? But oh, I'm a lower sequence? Oh, well, that's actually also to my benefit because higher sequencers would actually die here. I'm really lucky that I'm not an angel. Excuse me? And this could be, back then, Aman, an entity akin to an error, had used his avatar to lay an ambush in Chernobyl, but he hadn't dared to actually enter Chaos Sea. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near it, pretending that he climbed out, or it would very well affect his body. As for the low sequence Beyonders, they were unable to resist the surge released from opening the door to the Giant King's residence, corruption that had accumulated over 2,000 years. And if those high-level existences hadn't carefully chosen a suitable sequence 3 or 4 demigod to help them defeat the corruption and enter the resting grounds hidden in the shadows without the Sephira's aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking power, they wouldn't be able to approach the figure behind Dark Angel Sassrier and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Oh, my bad, of course. So to approach this, you needed a sequence 3 who had 100% digestion of his potion, had a Sephiroth, had jerked off exactly 24 hours ago. Like, what the fuck is happening here? What do you mean? What the fuck is this? Therefore, the true creator had tolerated Klein numerous times, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Sassrier. This was because he was the only viable candidate Jojo... Dude, actually, what the fuck? Tomfoolery. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Hera-Bergen, and the angel of imagination, Adam, and the other deities and kings of angel who had an interest in this matter had more or less made some arrangements for Klein, blessing him to an extent. Without any hesitation, Klein outlined an image with his mind through the staff of stars he raised. Colin took a step forward and bent down. The City of Silver Chief's body swelled rapidly, once again revealing his incomplete mythical creature form. Derek was slightly lower than the two experienced demigods. He spread open his arms and hugged the void in front of him. At that moment, two pitch-black flames ignited in the eyes of the awakened Sassrier, he who shared the height of a giant pressed down on the armrest by lowering his arm. Instead of getting to his feet, the gorgeous accessory on his body hung down one after another, as layer after layer of black wings spread open on his back. Sassrier is what the Fool's Angels pretends to be, which is kind of hard as fuck. During this process, the shadow cape of the on the lump of the squirming flesh, Lovia, came alive, suddenly tightened, fixing her firmly in place. At the same time, Sassrier had silver threads wrapped around him. In front of the black robe with mysterious patterns, silver bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. They sizzled and intertwined with each other in a thunderous manner, rapidly extending forward, transforming into a resplendent lightning sea that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. An illusory chime sounded from the distant history as the melodious sound echoed in the palace. Fuck, this is so much reading. Why the fuck did I agree to do 17 chapters in one stream? This is so fucking stupid. An ancient modeled wall clock appeared in front of Klein. Its face was separated into 12 segments by the grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment had different, mysterious, asymmetrical symbols. The three fingers, which seemed to be formed by worms of time of different lengths, began to tick lightly. When the chime rang again, the lightning sea that was rapidly spreading in the shadow froze. Klein had successfully used the Staff of Stars to reproduce Aman's powers, but the effects were much better than before. This made him suspect that he had obtained a certain level of approval from the God of Deceit. It wasn't true that merely stimulating Aman's powers would regain his notice, but this King of Angel was basically the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness, the ruler of the domain, and wielder of the authority. He could make a certain level of adjustment to the powers in advance. From the looks of it, Aman had to be looking forward to seeing Klein enter the Giant King's residence to meet Sassrier. Therefore, he adjusted some of his own powers his own domain's powers in advance and lowered some of his authority, allowing replications to be better. So you're telling me all the gods are like, wait, I know we gotta like fight and stuff, but like, can we do this after this Klein fella does some cool shit? Listen, we will fight, okay? No problem. But can we watch the final episode of Breaking Bad first, together? And then we can go fight? No problem? Yeah. While the lightning sea had come to a halt, the Silver Knight that Lovia controlled and the Colin Iliad simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating two invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded away and he disappeared. How the fuck did I spoil anything, Pushkar? What do you mean? No, Dr. Z, that's what I'm saying. They descended upon the world to say, like, hey, listen, like, okay, we're all, it's time to throw hands, okay? No qualms about that. I'm not backing out, okay? I'm right here. But, like, Can we watch it first? We're all here. Let's just do like one big watch party. And then we just start throwing hands right after. As soon as the credits hit, just on site, okay? After a short pause, a brilliant, silvery white glow continued to stretch out in front of them, completely drowning out the invisible barriers that shielded Colin, Derek, and Lovia. Ryan is living in a nightmare. Yeah, I know. At this moment, behind Sassrier, there was an area that wasn't covered by the forest of lightning. Ryan's figure in his black trenchcoat and silk hat appeared there. It was like a precise, cold machine. With no hesitation, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the side of the evil spirit, quickly outlining all sorts of information related to the powers in his mind. He had previously performed tests. He couldn't wander too far with the Staff of Stars within the Giant King's court, so he could only use Blink in a tiny vicinity. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of sending Sassrier out the Giant King's court and seizing the opportunity to take this first blasphemy slate and leave by opening the door. Klein's actual first strategy was, listen, we just gotta book it, okay? We gotta banish him. He's gonna be chasing us. Really, he's gonna be fast, okay? But we take the second blasphemy. We take the blasphemy slate and we just fucking. As the various gems on the Staff of Stars lit up, Sassrier's eyes, which burned with pitch-black flames, closed. He had been forcibly dragged into a dream by Klein, a power belonging to the Evernight Goddess's Sequence 7. But the one that Klein replicated belonged to the version that the Evernight Cloister matron Ariana had used, the power of pulling someone into a dream performed at an angel level. Oh, Ramiro, that blasphemy slate is like worth all the money that exists in the world. That's what that's worth. It's like, what are you willing to give me for it? Like, you would have to offer me like countries to have it. In the hazy dream world, Sassrier wore a black robe with complicated symbols, embroidered with silver threads adorned with accessories. His eyes remained ice cold, unlike the dull and lifeless eyes of most Beyonders when they were in dreams. Unhinged, it's not like the One Piece at all. The One Piece is the friends we made along the way. The Spectator pathway also belonged to the Chaos Sea pathway, and at Sequence 5 and 3 were Dreamwalker and Dreamweaver, respectively. Moments later, Sassrier's pupils turned golden and vertical. What? When's the next change? C3? That one? Middle. However, at that moment, Luby's eyes were full. Okay, got it. Moments later, Sassrier's pupils turned golden and vertical. His giant figure faded away as layers of abnormally thick shadows appeared in front of him. This curtain blocked Sassrier, making it vaguely possible to make out a pair of eyes hidden beneath the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtains parted, revealing an indescribable color, like a sea that seemed to contain all secrets. Excuse me? What's the exchange rate for blasphemy slates? I'm thinking like one pathway is equivalent to like $40 billion. I don't know what the number is. One complete pathway, 40 billion. That's the number, okay? Listen, that's not that bad, okay? Elon Musk could buy 10 pathways. That's pretty good. Because, I mean... When Klein, the conjurer of the dream, saw this scene, his mind erupted with thoughts before he could analyze a thing. The corners of his mouth curled up, and most of his virtual persona disintegrated. He nearly let out a tragic cry as transparent maggots beneath his left cheek began to drill out one by one. The meat tendrils on his right face grew more and more obvious, becoming thinner and thinner, approaching that of worms of spirit. The forcefully induced dream disintegrated, and Sassrier's consciousness awakened. However, at that moment, when the special evil spirit fell into a slumber, the sea of lightning faded away, and the three demigods struck at the same time. Colin straightened his body and struck down with a sword of dawn. as Lovia resisted the restraints of the Shadow Cloak and got her silver knight that she grazed to swing its greatsword upwards from below, bringing with it a terrifying storm. Derek condensed a dazzling white, unshadowed sphere, thrusting it at the Dark Angel. At this moment, Sassrier's figure emitted pure, infinite light as though it had become the sun itself. What? This is so broken. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted. I made a spear of the sun and it just melted. Bro, imagine how goated you have to be. Your enemy makes a spear of sun and you're like, I could do a lot of stuff to it. I could degenerate it. I could just use some knowledge to like make it do whatever. No, I'm just gonna fucking melt it. I want you to know how powerful I am. I'm gonna melt the sun spear you made, okay? I want you to feel how fucking dumb you look pulling that out in front of me, okay? I want you to know that. The hurricane of light calmed down and the silver beam dimmed. All the latter could do was damage the target's aura and not deal any harm to his body. The scene of a true deity's descent shocked Lovia and Derek. They couldn't help but bow their heads in worship. Escanor taking notes right now? Dude, Escanor is the one who wrote this script. Escanor would be like, your son defeated my son? Who decided that? Beneath his back, with the worms of spirit constantly vanishing on Klein's body, he endured the scorching sun's heat and pointed the staff of the stars at the evil spirit. The beyonder power that he replicated once again forcibly pulled Sassrier into a dream. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dreamscape, he released the Sassrier Castle's aura. I love how they're both just playing like a aura game, like, hey, who's got more aura? And Sassrier just pulls, he's like, bro, I've got infinite aura. Who the fuck do you think this is? Transforming his body into a strange door of light that was tainted with some bluish-black colors. The door of light was made up of countless spherical lights. Every spherical light was deep down a transparent, translucent cluster of twisted maggots. Just like him, Sassrier revealed the traits of the Chaos Sea. He turned into a thick, sinister shadow and then pulled the curtain, allowing the sea that contained all colors and something the human language couldn't describe to appear in the dream. Let's see who's Sephira stronger, bitch. So wait, the true creator has the... Oh my god, this shit is so goated. Silently, Klein and Sassrier opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly across each other. So goated. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression was twisted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit crawled out across the surface of his body. Klein's virtual persona was completely shattered. Wow, my throat's actually starting to kill me now. Okay, we're not going to do sub 4 hours. Oh, we're close. 3 more chapters. Seizing this opportunity while Sassrier was affected, Lovia, who had the shadow cloak draped over her, blinked her eyes and used the 2-meter-tall, squirming flesh to extend. Those skinless legs, which were flowing with bright red liquid, stepped onto the ground at the same time. With the help of the roiling winds, they pounced towards the Dark Angel. A look of madness appeared in her eyes. It didn't appear like it would take long before her body suffered complete corruption. But at that moment, Lovia's eyes were filled with rationality and determination. Music change. She knew what she was doing and her current state and her end. Amidst the howling winds, her collapsing body, and along with the shadow cloak, landed on Sassrier's body. But I'm so confused. Why is she even fighting him? This is basically her god. Why is she... Wouldn't she be like, nah, I'm on his side now? What, just because he tried to kill you? You give up on your god that quickly? Oh, you almost made me lose control. Wow, you're not a true believer, bro. What if that was a test? The squirming flesh and blood intruded as the thick shadow rapidly expanded, blinding the two figures together. Without waiting for Lovia to speak, Colin had already understood her intentions, immediately roared, "Attack!" His two swords tore through the void at the same time, allowing the silver light to surge at Lovia and Sassrier. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek bit his lip and opened his arms halfway. Flaring sun! He enveloped the Dark Angel and Lovia within a huge light hall and igniting their flesh. Amidst this bright glow, Lovia's pale grey eyes revealed the pain that she felt. Her voice echoed in an ethereal manner. "I have never betrayed the City of Silver." I don't believe you. God damn it. Fuck, we always thought she was so evil. What the fuck? Good night, Dr. Z. Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh in the shadow cloak she used to envelop Sassrier's body swelled up. Lovia's collapsing body was sent flying before she fell to the ground. Her shadow tore apart, turning into a thin, illusory veil. Sassrier turned into a pitch black and sticky-filled sea with an aura of degeneration. It swallowed the remaining silvery white light and the flaring sun. He immediately returned to his previous appearance, a giant dressed in a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. But his black wings had thinned significantly. At the same time, his pupils turned vertical and golden. A violent but surreal wind surged around him and filled every corner of the Shadow Palace with all sorts of thoughts. Mind deprivation. Derek recently condensed the unshadowed spear. Disappeared. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin had a strong will, he had suffered from the madness, cruelty, and bloodlust of an incomplete mythical creature. All he could do was divert some of his attention to resist the influence to prevent himself from losing control. Just as Klein calmed down and allowed his worms of spirit to burrow back, he suffered an intense fear brought about by mind deprivation. Lovia's body was already collapsed, and with her soul almost completely corrupted, she was in a worse off state. She rolled on the ground, struggling. At this moment, Sassrier raised his hand, and the golden color in his eyes were replaced by two blazing white suns. Rays of holy flames fell down one after another, striking Lovia's body, destroying her soul and purifying her flesh. At least you get to die, pure being. Am I that bad a person? Yeah, probably. Who knows? Under the blazing sunlight, the holy flame burned. Lovia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move, nor allowing the human skull to be revealed and receive any damage. Another column of light shot down. Lovia's body couldn't help but bounce up. It still had huddled there, writhing. God, is everyone just standing there watching her fucking tank this? Everyone is there, and like Lovia's on the ground on the verge of death, and everyone is like, "Nah, let him do his thing." What the fuck are you guys doing? There's 3 demigods. Do something. Finally, this lump of distorted, disgusting, squirming flesh stopped moving and covered the surface of the human skull. They want her to have her moment. You know what, Lovia? This moment is all you. You take this, okay? We want you to have this. What the fuck? During Sassrier's act of murdering Lovia, Klein recovered from the effects of mind deprivation, using his unique traits and my past experiences. And he felt an incontrollable sense of despair. They had used all their strength, but had only slightly injured the evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation was way worse. What should I do? As Klein used creeping hunger to change his position, His thoughts raced in search of any possible weakness. Okay, so you guys want sad music is what I'm hearing? You guys want sad music? Okay, let me know if this is better, okay? This should be better, okay? Some evil spirits had characteristics, but most didn't. The source of their powers stemmed from other places, such as the spirit world. The existence of an evil spirit needed something to rely on. This may be the territory that he was born in, or perhaps something special. McSeely's top now. Oh, God. The common point was that all evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And this evil spirit that originated from Sassrier might be mixed in with some of the will of the primordial. Where did his powers come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods. And the connection... Dude, McSeely's message was so fucking funny, hold on. This was the forsaken land of the gods, and the connection with the spirit world was sealed. It was almost completely severed, making the powers difficult to be effectively utilized. Man could teleport only by relying on the uniqueness of the Divine Kingdom or the Divine Kingdom's embryonic form. As for the Giant King's court, it was clearly unable to provide the powers of a spectator, the sun, the hangman, the reader, and the tyrant pathway, the traits that the Dark Angel seemed to possess. Therefore, the answer was very simple: the Chaos Sea. In the Unshadowed Palace, the only thing directly connected to the Chaos Sea was the blasphemy slate. Klein cast his gaze at the Black Throne and noticed Colin had also glanced over. Burnt stuff, no. Oh, dude, I'm a bad person, okay? That is not how you spell that at all. What do you want from me? I was never that connected to Lovia, bro. Bring back the previous song? I can't tell if... Do you guys actually want the previous song, or is Pushcart just taking the piss? I don't actually know. There was no need for any communication. Just from this sudden locking of eyes, Klein knew that Colin had the same thought. He didn't hesitate to flip the black staff embedded with many gems and pointed at himself. True creators, the true... Ah, thank you, Ramiro! We gotta... Oh, thank you, Ramiro. No, we gotta... Okay, we gotta lock in, okay? Okay. There was... You want this music? Okay, fine. We'll trust in Kami one more time, okay? We'll trust in Kami one more time. In the next second, it was as if Klein's body was a sketch that had met an eraser. It was wiped away inch by inch and quickly disappeared. This was the power of concealment. One that came from the leader of the ascetic, Ariana. The power of concealment, replicated by the Staff of the Stars, was definitely much weaker than the original. And the evil spirit's level was rather high. Klein didn't bother to attempt to use it on Sassrier. At the same time, as he was concealed, Colin fused with a faint light that illuminated everything. Around Sassrier, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. Colin struck the evil spirit from different angles, forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he hid his malicious intent, making it impossible for the enemy to determine where his next attack would come from. Derek recovered from the shock and condensed the bright white, unshadowed spears as he wildly thrust them forward. Amidst the cracking sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of degeneration or the layered silver-white sphere of lightning, and had failed to hurt Sassrier. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back that spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the throne. In his concealed state, he saw veiled scenes that were covered in the dark fog. He could only roughly tell what was happening. He was unable to exert any influence in the outside world. If not for this moment, the moment he entered the concealed state, he could control Sassrier's spirit body threads, but it would be impossible to fend against. After rapidly approaching the throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to appear right at the target. Following that, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the greyish-white stone slab. Ignoring the contents, Klein quickly outlined a familiar beyond her power. Silver bolts of lightning shot out with destructive aura, striking the blasphemy slate. Lightning power from the Sea God Scepter. Amidst the silver lightning that illuminated the entire area, illusory light that was almost invisible appeared between the first blasphemy slate and Sassrier. It was difficult to describe the exact color, but under the terrifying lightning pandemonium, they evaporated and broke apart. Pure beams of light shot out from Sassrier's body, leaving no darkness in the palace. Unshadowed domain. You cried for like 2 hours when Lovia died? Were you that attached to Lovia? Really? The nearly 6-meter tall Colin appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, layers of blazing halos pushed them away into the distance. The attacks on Derek's unshadowed spears and flaring sun were also blocked by the halo. On the heels of that, Sassrier's eyes were dyed with a brass gleam. In each of them, an illusory river that shimmered with waves of light appeared, encircling the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed upstream as the illusory light that evaporated and severed appeared once again. The damage that Klein painstakingly inflicted was returned to normal. The cycle of fate, the rebooting of things. Cooked. It's over. Just run away. It's over. Sassrier raised his left hand and condensed a black scepter. He then used his brass eye-like eyes to sweep across the demigods present and said, "I am omniscient and also omnipotent." As his voice echoed, both Colin and Klein didn't waver. They either blinked or moved quickly, not giving the spirit a chance to lock onto them. However, Klein didn't dare forcibly pull Sassrier in a dream again, because if he was attacked by the aura and the powers of the Chaos Sea again, he would lose control immediately. Derek covered his body with the power of pure light, forming a holy armor. That's actually kind of base though. At that moment, a pitch-black flame burned in Sassrier's eyes. His voice turned evil and sinister, carrying a strong sense of degeneration. Blasphemer. Die. Klein's body and heart suddenly sank. He felt as though he was about to die. His consciousness turned blurry as his energy evaporated. His flesh began to wither, inch by inch. Colin was slightly better than him. He only felt his body grow heavy as his life slipped away uncontrollably. Derek, who was furthest from Sassrier, emitted bright bouts of sunlight, helping him quickly escape his trance. God says it's ineffective. Bye, Adam. Feel better, buddy. The giant-like Colin rushed towards Sassrier. Along the way, he kept changing his position, dodging unstoppable dark beams. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the target. Sassrier pointed the pitch-black scepter ahead. causing Colin's body to produce a shadow within the unshadowed domain. The shadow came alive as it followed the legs of the City of Silver, swallowing him. A distant bell sounded as though it had pierced through history. The ancient mottled stone wall clock appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing with it brief respite. As he made use of this respite, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the unshadowed spear and cast it at Colin. What do you guys want to see a poll for? I'm so curious. Colin's face under the visor twisted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped down, appearing right above Sassrier, and cleaved down. Sassrier seemed to see through Colin's intentions. He raised the scepter horizontally and blocked the party's cleaving strike. Wrap or no wrap? Yeah, we can do that. Suddenly, Colin's body melted. Please? No. Okay, Colin can't. If Colin dies, we're really cooked. He became sticky, heavy mercury surging down like waves, instantly drowning Sassrier. It was as if he was wearing a full set of silver armor without any gaps. Colin wanted to suffocate the entity. Sassrier's actions were immediately restricted. Taking this opportunity, Klein's body turned transparent as he appeared beside the throne. He then raised the Staff of the Stars and conjured a certain power. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder pathway, theft. Just as he had expected, the theft was carried out rather successfully. It was as though the current Sequence 2 angel, Palez Zoroast, took action personally. The light that connected Sassrier and the first blasphemy slate separated from Sassrier, shifting to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. The indescribable color and form appeared in front of him once again, containing all sorts of secrets. Klein might be able to get a lot of knowledge out of that. Just as he was about to lose control due to the aura and the powers of the Chaos Sea, the parts of his body that were corrupted by the true creator experienced a change. They seemed to be attracted by a strong force and rapidly gathered together and began to take action over the nearly invisible light, making him stop on the edge of the proverbial cliff. Indeed, the silver armor covering Sassrier began to crack in the darkness. Beams of light that came from the cull of spiritual flesh tore out, turning the mercury into tattered pieces. With a snap, the mercury fell to the ground, regathering in the form of Colin. There were gaping holes in the chief's body. Inside it was black, frozen, decadent. At that moment, the illusory, layered black wings on Sassrier's back dimmed significantly. His eyes had once again worn a brass sheen, a faint flickering illusory river appearing in front of them. Colin instinctively recalled what happened. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge out. With great resolve, his body ignited a transparent flame. At this moment, Colin's eyes were filled with the light of dawn he created, and his towering figure, dressed in a gorgeous black robe. Bearing the light, he charged towards the light itself, Sassrier. The terrifying hurricane of light instantly enveloped the Dark Angel, tearing at his body, interrupting the Beyonder powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit that had lost the source of its power fade away. While the light was fading, holes appeared on Sassrier's body. The layers of wings on his back were spread out, but he failed to borrow any strength. Colin immediately turned into a sticky mercury yet again, restricting his movements. Then the chief shouted again to Derek, "Attack!" Two more chapters. So close. So close. The 17 chapters. I don't know if we've had one chapter of calm. It's just been like a crazy fight the entire time. What the fuck is going on here? Warrior. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek froze for a moment before spreading out his arms. During this process, his vision blurred and he let out an extremely repressed voice from the depths of his throat. A blob of light covered in holy flames descended out of thin air, devouring Sassrier and Colin. Before the blast of light exploded, Derek pulled back his arm, forming a bright, white, and pure, unshadowed spear in his palm. Amidst the crackling sound, the long spear tore through the holy flame and hit the evil spirit's head. 2 changes this chapter? Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Dazzling light burst out, completely covering the entire area. Even the crazed Klein couldn't avoid it, as he was too close. He couldn't help but close his eyes, his face contorted in a grimace. He felt as though his worms of spirit were evaporating one after another. The connection between the blasphemy slate and the true creator's power of corruption had greatly purified before they were established. The sun seemed to rise in the sky. Sassrier's figure appeared, twisting and distorting amidst the blinding white light. Then the shadow that covered the walls, the stone pillars and tiles began to disintegrate, revealing inches of orange-red light. We did it. The palace, hidden in the residence of the Giant King, finally failed to sustain its existence in the real world, no longer blocking out the influence of the outside world. This also meant that the special evil spirit that had lost contact with the Chaos Sea had been cleansed. Just as the Shadow Palace began to collapse without disintegrating, an invisible force pierced through the barrier, causing a minute amount of it to descend, causing the corruptive nature gathered inside Klein's body to increase in intensity. You can't have shit in this world! They protruded out from his chest, turning into a black ball of flesh. Flesh immediately broke free from Klein's body, severing all invisible connections with him. Quickly squirmed and grew into a gigantic shadow hand. Followed the illusory light itself and the first blasphemy slate and grabbed the item. At that moment, in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, Dream, in front of the projection of the Giant King's residence, dressed in a pointed hat and a classical robe, Aman sat on a tall, grayish-white railing with his back facing the orange path that separated the clouds, leisurely looking at the grayish-blue door that covered with golden nails. It was a mystery as to how long he had been waiting there. He adjusted his monocle and jumped down the railing, arriving at the door of the Giant King's projection. The power of the Chaos Sea is beginning to fade. I can use the bug in all of this to enter, he smiled, as he reached his right hand to press on the door's shadow. We can't do this right now. Please, can we do this in like a 24 hours? Please, Aman, not now, you piece of shit. His figure softened as it lost its corporeal feeling as he entered the door like a stream of light. Backlund, somewhere on the battlefield, with short blonde hair and green eyes, crested Sassrier genuflected on the ground, stabbing a pure white bone sword that wasn't more than a meter tall in front of him to support himself. His body was covered with charred holes and cracks that went straight through his body. His teeth were protruding and sharp like a beast. This high-ranking deacon, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, struggled to shift his gaze from the weak enemy, who wasn't far away, towards the sky. The orange sunset partially invaded the dark night. Crescent Sassrier tried his best to pull out his bone sword and stand up. He wanted to be a night watcher to the end, but his arm trembled violently as his breathing weakened. Sassrier, you can't die, bro. In the astral world, in the endless and silent darkness filled with the moonflowers and night vanilla. Alright, change music. Oh, I know what this... Oh, no. Oh, no. Suddenly, orange beams of light shone into the kingdom, causing a portion of the area to return to dusk. One by one, the plants withered. In the desolate dusk, a huge mountain-like figure walked out, his limbs abnormally long, as he wore tattered silver armor, his face covered by a helmet's visor, revealing only a blob of orange light. He held an exaggerated sword in his hand, causing the tip to naturally hang down. As the terrifying giant walked forward, step by step, his sword dragged across the darkness, causing the ground to split open. Deep in the darkness, an equally large figure pulled out a long sickle. She was wearing a black dress, layered but not complicated, adorned with the countless resplendent lights as though they were stars that dotted the night sky. The Evernight Goddess wields a scythe? The Scythe of Death, of course! Oh shit! She's like, nah bitch, what you? Well, let's do this. Near her ribs and waist, two pairs of arms grew out, their surfaces covered in short, deep black hair. In her 6 arms, 2 carried the huge black sickle that appeared heavy. Another 2 hands carried the crimson moon. Out of the hands she had left, one was empty, while the other held an ancient accessory forged from gold. The accessory looked like a slender bird with pale white flames surrounding it. With its bronze eyes, there were layers of light forming numerous illusory doors. My goddess, it is time! The giant wasn't surprised by such a scene. The speed of his stride sped up, gradually approaching that of a charge. He dragged his sword against the surroundings, which were a mixture of darkness and dusk, producing glimmers of pure light of dawn. At this moment, the moonflowers and the night vanilla to the side grew in size. Growing wildly, soon they resembled trees which had lived in the primitive forest for over 1,000 years, blocking out the sky. Alright, motherfucker. God of combat, let's see how good you are at combat, you little bitch. Amongst these trees, a figure twined deep in the green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers appeared. She was also as huge as a giant, and a voluptuous figure she had. Her dress fluttered as she carried an illusory baby. The moment that figure descended, she followed the sunset giant and flitted towards the humanoid demonic wolf that was dragging a huge sickle. Oh, 2v1? No problem. What is Mother Earth gonna do? Yeah, but you make some trees, you bitch. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know what the fuck you thought this was. Get the fuck out of here. In the palace, where the shadows were falling apart, although some of the corruption had left Klein's body, making him no longer need to worry about the latent danger in this aspect, this was equivalent to culling many of the worms of spirit. He couldn't help but let out a low gasp as maggots crawled out of his face. They had mysterious patterns on them, and his mind was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. He was momentarily unable to calm down. Exactly, Merlin. Don't worry. The Evernight Goddess isn't gonna kill Amibella. We know that. She's gonna keep her alive. Just to have that constant supply of infinite reefer, we need to keep her around. That's all you're good for, bitch. At this moment, a figure appeared in his eyes, which became bloodshot due to the pain. The Angel of Time, Aman. Aman smiled, scaring him into having the thought of returning to Sassrier Castle immediately. Although this would suck for the son, Klein felt that he would have the ability to save him due to the angel powers from Sassrier Castle. After all, the influences of the outside world could now enter this area. In the blink of an eye, the Angel of Time cast his gaze towards the blasphemy slate. He cast it towards the shadow hand that was saturated and growing stronger with the collapse of the land of slumber. Aman raised his right hand and adjusted his monocle. Oh, monocle! Oh, we have one of those. Hold on. The crystal monocle turned dark as though it had mixed with countless figures in an indescribable manner. An illusory, terrifying, tumultuous sea appeared in front of Aman. This blasphemer had released some unknown power he had stolen from somewhere at some point in time. Or perhaps it was some power of convergence. The blasphemy slate suddenly vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound as though it was alive. It broke free from the remaining light that wasn't stable enough between the shadow hand and threw itself at Aman. Klein, who had just recovered from the pain and his fear, couldn't believe his eyes. The first blasphemy slate didn't choose the true creator of the Hanged Man pathway, and sought refuge with the marauder angel of time. So you're telling me Adam has the second blasphemy slate and the first one is gonna go to Aman now? After a daze, he vaguely understood the story. Aman's true body had wandered the forsaken land of the gods for over 1,000 years before entering Chernobyl, doing so in search of the history of the second all the way to before the first epoch. He must have hovered at the edge of the Chaos Sea and done some dangerous research, stolen some traits, and now using the release of these stolen traits to attract the blasphemy slate. Bro, Aman is only getting the job because his dad is the CEO. This is bullshit. He's only getting the blasphemy slate because his dad came out of Chernobyl. Simply put, this King of Angels had prepared for a long time. As for the true creator, he is unable to descend. He has to wait for the Dark Angel's land of slumber to collapse. But the problem is, why would Aman steal the first blasphemy slate? It's useless to him. He has no way to transfer to the Spectator, Tyrant, Sun, or the Hanged Man pathway, just because it's fun? When the deities and his brother are plotting for the blasphemy slate, he interferes and runs away? Isn't it more important for him to capture me? As Klein remained puzzled, he slowly retreated, opening his eyes wider, trying his best to pry into the secrets of the blasphemy slate. He wanted to memorize the potion formula he needed. Sequence 1, A Tenet of Mysteries. As soon as he read the words, Aman reached out his left hand and grabbed the blasphemy slate, and suddenly turned around and pressed his monocle, and pushed open the grayish-blue door that was covered in a small amount of shadow. The figure wearing a pointed hat and a robe immediately turned illusory as he vanished. What a fucking piece of shit, bro. Just give me the one formula I need! I need 2 formulas! You can keep the slate! What the fuck? This is why the rich get richer, bro! They don't share! This motherfucker is a sequence 1! He doesn't even let me get the formula! You're so cringe! The shadow hand, which had partially formed by Klein's corruption, expanded amidst the collapse of the land of slumber. Finally, it turned into a black shadow and chased after Aman, rushing out the door. And the hand is like running away. He's like, Son, come back! I have a gift for you! I know I've missed some birthdays, but hold on! Oh god. In the next second, all of the shadows disappeared. The orange light illuminated the palace that the giant king once lived in. In front of the iron black throne on the platform that was illuminated by the light of dusk, Colin's figure appeared. He was wearing a tattered silver armor, revealing several old scars on his face. He sat there like a warrior who had just finished his last battle. The true creator is literally pulling up like, son, so I hear you've gotten a pro athlete contract. I know I've missed a lot. Okay, that's on me, for real. But like, listen, like we can do some good. Okay, we can do a lot of good. Which music? What? What music? Are you making me? What the fuck? His two swords had crumbled. Click the spoiler? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I didn't want to click spoilers. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Stop it. How is this my fault? This is Kami's fault. Hold on. His two swords crumbled, and he had stopped breathing. However, Klein could sense that there were still remnants of his will and psyche. The former couldn't bear to dissipate without delivering his final words. Dude, what a true soldier. He had stopped breathing, his body shattered, and he's like, gotta get those fucking last words out, bro. What a true fucking soldier. At the bottom of the stairs, Derek saw this scene. With his eyes red, he ran closer and closer, acting like nothing like a demigod. He quickly knelt beside Colin and shouted, "Chief!" Light. That's such a good title, dude. That's such a good title. That's such a good title. Oh my god, hold on. Oh, they get to... McSeely, shut the fuck up. For a demigod, they experienced a qualitative change due to their powerful souls. Even in death, their psyche could persist for a time, unless this was circumvented due to the enemy deliberately destroying it. A high sequencer, who continued having a strong desire or unresolved matters during their state of death, could have their will last longer. As such, he could slowly assimilate the surroundings, allowing it to mix with the spirit world or even the underworld. Therefore, Colin had stopped breathing, but was still able to hear Derek's cries while sitting atop the ancient god's staircase. He turned his head to look at the underage demigod smiling. Compared to the elders of the past, it is a form of luck for Lovia and myself to die here. He's saying like, damn, bro. He's like, I always knew, for the chief, it was always destined for me to die. But at least I get to do it, doing the one thing that we were fucking tasked to do. I fucking completed the task that has stopped us for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Derek gaped his mouth, wanting to say something, but he felt something blocking his throat. Not far away, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars and attempted to use Will Ossepton's reboot to save Colin, but he failed several times in a row. Even a successful attempt couldn't reverse everything, and the effects were clearly inferior to the original, as it involved a uniqueness. Aman's true body had descended. He's already dead, so I can't even turn him into a marionette. He's only considered an evil spirit. There's almost no evil spirit that can maintain their humanity. Even Sassrier couldn't do it. The only exception is Medici. But that was after they left their territory and went to Bansi Harbor. The chief doesn't seem like he'd be willing to take that route. For the residents of the City of Silver, becoming an evil spirit is undoubtedly a curse. Aman cast his gaze to observe the Giant King's palace that had its shadows recede. Colin examined Derek's face and sighed. When you return, you will be a member of the 6-member council. I know, relative to your age, it is a big responsibility. But everyone in the city must prepare to shoulder everyone's fate. Yes, Your Excellency, Derek nodded. Don't be worried that they'll misunderstand. I'll tell you a secret. Currently, in the City of Silver, only Wait and I know of it. When you get back, tell this to Wait immediately. You will understand that Lovia and my death had nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you would not obtain the secret from me. From today, everyone in the City of Silver can freely change their fate. Mr. Fool. Derek wasn't excited at all. He nodded heavily, indicating he understood. Colin immediately retracted his gaze. A layer of solemnity and bitterness appeared on his clearly exhausted face. That secret is related to the second god-level artifact of our City of Silver. It is called the Gift of Land. It's precisely because of this artifact that the black-faced grass can grow around the City of Silver, preventing us from sinking into the Dark Ages. That's why the oh, it wasn't that Moon City was just unlucky, they just didn't have that artifact. So it's probably from the Mother Earth's pathway. Derek's pupils dilated as the sadness in his heart eased. He remembered very clearly that the textbooks mentioned the discovery of the black-faced grass as a turning point in the history of the City of Silver. He believed if there was no such safe, harmless staple food, it would have long become a playground for monsters. Derek finally understood why the mushrooms that Mr. World had given had undergone such a transformation in the City of Silver, one that was different from the original description. Colin's gaze swept across his face, his voice turning heavy. It is because of this that we are burdened with the fate of being cursed. Only people who were killed by their family wouldn't become a terrifying evil spirit. Cornucopia has a price. Oh my fucking god, that's why the Moon City doesn't have that, because it's not a curse, it's just a side effect. It's probably like whoever eats like the thing born of this artifact or whatever. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that is so good. Fuck, that is so good. Fuck off, Aman. Oh, that is so good. Derek's expression froze. Murdering his parents left a wound that would never heal in his heart. He always blamed the curse on the land that was forsaken by the gods, but now the chief had told him the truth. The curse given to them was by the food they relied on. The grizzled and exhausted Colin glazed over as he seemed to recall killing his own father, his brother, his mother, his sister, his eldest son, his youngest son, his daughter, his grandson. Jesus Christ! His voice became fleeting. Lovia. once said that a dying person would not transform into an evil spirit after leaving the City of Silver. Back then, I didn't tell her that this was the truth. As the gift of land's range is huge, most people who are about to die couldn't leave their region in time. This is a secret that only the chief can grasp. I tried my best exploring and fighting, hoping future generations wouldn't have to suffer such a pain. The chief was clearly advanced in his age. Slowly exhaled, without giving Derek a chance to make a promise. He seemed to recall something as he said, "Also, you mustn't fully believe the situation of the Rose Redemption that is recorded in that palace." What music is better than this right now, Kami? What? Really? Colin's dying, bro. Betrayal? Just to confirm, betrayal? Okay, betrayal, good. Also, you mustn't fully believe the situation of the Rose Redemption that is recorded in that palace. What the fuck? What? Colin stopped scrutinizing. Colin added, "The Earth Mother cannot be the giant king, Amibella." Amibella died long ago? Her corpse is in the City of Silver. Or, more precisely, it is the gift of land? When Klein heard this, his pupils dilated. The real giant queen died long ago and became an artifact? So who the hell is masquerading as the Earth Queen? What the fuck is happening here? What the fuck is going on here? In the kingdom that was covered in moonflowers and night vanilla, a sunset's giant sword struck the heavy, pitch-black sickle and froze in midair. In the darkness that had been destroyed by the intense battle of the gods, time seemed to come to a halt. Be it the giant wearing the tattered armor, bathing in the dusk, or the humanoid demonic wolf with 6 arms, they seemed to become part of an oil painting. Everything stood on the spot, maintaining their posture. However, a dark brown wooden cane had stabbed through the back of the sunset giant, piercing through his heart as it frantically drained the life of a deity, dragging him down in an act of returning to the land, returning to a mother's embrace. Amibella just betrayed Bladel? Well, not Amibella, but like whoever. Bro, you couldn't fight her as a 2v1. You definitely couldn't do a reverse 2v1. You were cooked. Not Amibella, but like whoever. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the hands of the giant-like voluptuous woman. It formed a deep autumn scene with the withered flowers, grass, and mushrooms. The sunset giant turned his head and looked at the woman carrying the baby as he said in pain, "Lilith? What?" That's why Lilith could... That's why she was still responding to the fucking... What? But how did she... What the fuck is going on here? I gotta rate this. Hold on. Oh my. What the fuck? Emlyn joined Earth Mother. Earth Mother Church had a habit of taking in. But yeah, I remember this. That makes so much sense. Oh my god. So she's been parading around as Lilith as Amibella for so long because she doesn't want anyone to know that's. Oh my god. At this moment, the dress-wearing demonic McSeely, thank you, buddy. Holy shit, thank you so much. What the fuck? At this moment, the dress-wearing demonic wolf with the head of a female human chuckled. The bird-shaped golden accessory in her... Thank you, McSeely. Thank you so much. The bird-shaped golden accessory in her hand flew out and accurately pierced through the gap of the Sunset Giant's visor. You remember to not be under Lilith's eyes, Klein asked Emlyn to pray to Klein in the Earth Mother Church. Oh my... He was like, oh yeah, avoid Lilith. Yeah, no problem. Do it in the Earth Mother Church. And Lilith is like, oh, you dumb bitch. I got you now. Oh my god, that's so cooked. She then threw the crimson moon in her hand. In her two hands at the voluptuous woman? So wait. That's why this... Quantum, thank you so much, buddy. Wait, so that's why, I can't remember who said this, but they said like, oh, if you wanted to use a thing to represent the Evernight goddess, it wouldn't be the moon, it would be the star? Because she was just, it was like a thing of theirs. They were like, oh, listen, you actually control the pathway, but I'll just pretend to? Like, hey, I'll overtake it so that we can fake your... Dude, the Evernight goddess is actually the fucking goat of conspiracies! She's the Illuminati! She is the Illuminati! She was like, okay, I will yoink the moon so that everyone can think you're dead, but you just... And then we probably kill Amibella, and then you take over Amibella, okay? You just become her. Oh, that's so smart. Mr. Dor said that to Roselle. Oh, thank you. Oh god, the fucking god, the goddess of concealment, bro. You know what, Lilith? I was not familiar with your game. I apologize. You know what? Take my sincere apologies. My bad on that one. What the fuck do you mean? In the next second, a portion of the Sunset Giant's body collapsed, and an orange-red sunset pierced through the serene darkness and landed in the real world. By the way, can I just say, the god of combat wasn't very good at combat. He kind of got one-tapped. She hit him with a stake from behind. By the way, stake from behind by a vampire? That's such a cool reversing, though. You got staked by a vampire. Some landed on the battlefield, causing countless soldiers to die. Some crushed the mountains, creating a lake that made all living creatures age. Some fused with some lucky creatures, turning them into crazy, powerful monsters, while others enveloped the great Twilight Hall outside St. Millum. The solidified orange light was extinguished. Oh my god, that is so good. Because I've been wondering, like, what the fuck is going on with Lilith? Like, how is she able to respond if she's dead? Oh my god. In the Amantha mountain range outside the Cathedral of Serenity, Abomination Sua and other mythical creatures who were helping Faceak and Intes Angel's attack sensed something as the battle came to a halt. Who believes in the god of combat? Which country believes in the god of combat? I can't remember. Faceak. Oh, they're about to get so cooked. Oh, they're about to get so cooked. Oh, and the war turns around, motherfuckers. In a one, he's like, oh yeah, you know what? You're the Evernight goddess is sitting there. She's like, listen, your believers may be stronger than my believers, but you sure as fucking stronger than I am, bitch. Let's go. Whatever. You want to shake my anchors? No problem. I'll beat your ass right now. Anyway, no problem. Whatever. That was so fucked. After the bloodshot eyes growing on the pitch black tree rolled once, Sua entered the void and escaped into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Backlund, in a small cathedral that no one paid attention to, a golden-bearded, pious priest wearing a simple white robe opened his eyes, revealing a childlike innocence and purity. Aman. Or sorry, Adam. Adam, what do you want? What do you want, bro? Did God of Combat enter your top 5 frauds? Maybe, Nagito, but you also have to say, anything revolving the Evernight goddess, I give her so much credit, bro. Like, I feel like I'm like, bro, I wouldn't trust like, I feel like anybody in front of the Evernight goddess is actually the Batman of this fucking verse. Like, with prep time, she wins. Like, what the fuck is going on here? He calmly took out a golden potion, opened his eyelids, and poured the potion in his mouth. He just became a god. Oh my god. He just became a god. Bro, the only one who hasn't taken a single L is Adam. This guy is so goated. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Fuck me. The war ended. Just like that. If Audrey hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed that the war could end so quickly. After the dark night swallowed the orange dusk and faded away, the silver knight in front of her seemed to suffer a heavy mental blow. Even after recovering and composing himself, he didn't attack the enemy. He fled in a rather sorry state. Just like the Silver Knight, the angels and saints of Faceak and Intes fled one after another. As for the Beyonders that formed the backbone of the army, they collapsed in an uncontrollable manner. You are the anchors of a... I'm sorry. You may be strong anchors, but your god is a fucking weak, bro. Oh my god. However, on Lone's side, the demigods, low and mid-sequencers, and ordinary soldiers didn't attempt to pursue them because they were equally confused, perplexed, and puzzled. Music when... Back to Derek sounds good. Audrey walked into the city and saw the surviving Backlund residents coming out of their houses, shelters, or hiding spots, one after another, staring blankly at the scene which resembled a primeval forest. XQC streams for like 12 hours. Yeah, he's also worth like, I don't know, $150 million. So, you know, take whatever. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their emotions. Their expressions were numb and their eyes vacant. They didn't know how or why the disaster suddenly ended. Holy shit, we're at 100 people. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Holy fuck. Thanks, guys. She saw her father, mother, and elder brother, butler, servants looking out the window in confusion, just like the citizens on her feet. For some reason, a sentence flashed through Audrey's mind. Dying. He knew not his executor. Surviving. He knew not the circumstances. Is that a fucking phrase I'm supposed to get? An orange dust calmed the lightning storm that blazed through with frequent lightning bolts. It sank into the dark blue sea with indescribable bottom, nearly swallowing the dawn with it. Queen Mystic had allowed her other Grade Zero artifacts in time, allowing her ship to avoid the terrifying disaster. She frowned slightly, as if she sensed something. However, her expression eased up, allowing the Dawn to continue moving forward on an unsafe sea route. It was to engage in all kinds of dangerous battles with strong winds, huge waves, lightning, and sea storms. In the dark environment, Bernadette's gaze penetrated through many obstacles, allowing her to see the light that she was chasing. No matter how many obstacles she faced, she would not stop. Music change, back to Derek. Bro, I have so many fucking tabs open this. Damn it. On the staircase in the Giant King's residence, which was covered in the orange light, after telling Derek the secret, Colin said to Derek, "Go, open that door. I wish to see, just once, what the sunlight outside is like." "Yes," Derek said as he pursed his lips and stood up. He put down the hammer in his hand under the encouraging gaze of Klein, circled around the iron-black throne and arrived at the grayish-blue door which depicted the sunset. Derek stared at it for a moment. He bent down, stretched out his hands, pressed them against the sides of the door, and he strained his muscles and pushed hard. At that moment, he seemed to see his parents, his deceased teammates, like Joshua and Antiona, Lovia, in her purple-patterned black robe, and Colin. They stood beside him, pressed their hands against the door, pushing the grayish-blue door with him. Beads of water streamed down Derek's face as a heavy creaking sound echoed. A crack opened, letting golden sunlight flood in. The gap grew bigger and bigger, and a golden sea gradually appeared in Derek's eyes, presenting itself in front of Colin. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Colin's lips twitched slightly as he bathed in the warm sunlight for the first time. The corners of his lips pulled up as he revealed a faint smile and a faint yearning, his body evaporating, bit by bit. The light was the meaning to everything. End of the 6th volume. Light Seeker. Light Seeker. Thank you, McSaley. Thank you so much. Seriously, McSaley, thank you so much, dude, for all your support today. Oh my god. The light was the meaning to everything. I knew Colin was... I didn't expect Lovia to die, I'm not gonna lie. But I expected Colin to die, but it still hurts, dude. Fucking Derek is just a kid. To now put all of this on his fucking shoulders to say like, hey, you're gonna be the one who's gonna guide the fucking City of Silver. Now that we have left this forsaken land of the gods, you're gonna need to guide us. Like, to put that on the shoulders of a fucking 14-year-old is 15-year-old, 16-year-old, whatever. World is fucking crazy, man. Milos, yeah, artwork, I'll do that, man. I will. Fuck. Thank you, Sound. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. I really appreciate that. Oh, that was absolute... Dude. I knew Colin was gonna die. It felt like it made sense for the last chief of the City of Silver to be the one like, hey, I die when we get us out of this. And now it's like a whole new, like, we don't need to have like a 6-member council. We don't need to have this fucking this, you know, like this bullshit of we kill our own fucking family members. Like, none of this. Like I die as like a remnant of the old, okay? I die as a remnant of the old way that we had to live, but the new chief will bring with him like a light. We saved the entire City of Silver. That's literally it, Hope. Exactly. Light Seeker. I feel like you guys could have told me that. I feel like you guys could have told me that name. I would have been okay. Light Seeker could mean other than the obvious. I feel like Light Seeker is for like 2 things in my mind. Thank you so much, Kami, for all the music, dude. Seriously. Fucking thank you so much. I feel like Light Seeker is obviously the obvious of like the City of Silver seeking the light of the sun, you know? But also, I think it's also probably something to do with Adam. Like him seeking the light of godhood or some bullshit. Thoughts on Volume 6? Dude, I can see why this was your guys' favorite. I'm like super nitpicking here. I'm gonna be a total piece of shit. No, actually, no, even that doesn't even make any sense. No, never mind. Never mind. I prefer this. Never mind. This is fine. Nope, sorry. I was gonna say something. It turns out I was wrong. Okay. The fleeting hope for everyone in the war. Oh, true. No, all I was gonna say was it's not a criticism. I was just gonna say that I would have liked to see Klein become an angel at the end of this chapter, but I get, like, with Colin dying, it was much more pertinent to let him have that moment. So that's what I mean. Like, I don't mean it as like a criticism of like, oh, this was bad or whatever. I just thought like I would have liked that, but I see that like it's probably more pertinent to let Colin get his moment. Just like, hey, I die in triumph, getting my city, my people out of this. Okay, we go. Like, it's like I die as the last chief of the City of Silver who had to endure the forsaken land of the gods. The next chief will be a light bringer. He will be the one who's guiding us through this like transition of like, holy shit. yeah, exactly. There it is. That's why as soon as I said it, I was like, no, that's actually kind of classless. It's actually kind of worse. Sorry, let me just move chat out of the way so I can actually see you guys. Volume ranking without endings and with endings. Okay, let's do with endings. We sent over 80. Come on. Okay, it's fine. Without endings. With endings. With endings. 6. 6, 4, 5, 3, 1, 2. 6, 4, 5, 3, 1, 2. Oh, hold on. Let me just write this down. Because otherwise, one's gonna... hold on. With ending, I think I would probably put it at 6, 4, 5. What was the ending of 3? 3, 1, 2. I did like 3. Yeah, no, Nagato, I would put 3 over 1. I think so. I really like 3. You can put 1 over 3, and you can put 1 over 3, that's fine. Without ending. I really, yeah, like the Grizel's travel part meant a lot. It was like really valuable to me. Plus, I just really like the Gearman persona, okay? Without ending. I think you still object. I think 6 is just, I don't know if there's a fucking argument to be made there. No, Nagito, I don't, Demigod, you know what, you're actually right. You know what, you're right. I'm gonna go 1. I want to be clear. When I say with ending, that means including the ending, not just the ending. I want to be clear. Like the whole volume, including the ending. I don't mean just the ending, okay? That's why it's with ending, not just ending, okay? Clear. So I'll put 1/3, yeah, I guess. I don't know, because like 1 is like, in my mind, the ending carries, the ending for 1 just carries the whole volume. Otherwise, I would put 3 over. Yeah, no, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna keep it the way it was. 3/1 as a whole volume, okay? As a whole volume. Without ending, 6. Four, 5, I think. Without ending. I think I would still put 3 here, but then I would swap 2 and 1. I like 2 better than 1 if we're not including the ending. If we're not including the ending, I think I like 2 better than 1. Let me just say this. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. Consider joining our Discord, link in the description. If you're interested in staying for the future. Okay. The City of Silver Sex. Wow. Jesus. Is that? What the fuck is this thing? What is this? Excuse me? You have to chronically online to understand which reference, but you're right, it is a conclusion merchant farm. I don't know what that means. What? What is this giant fucking, but that, man, that is so fucking huge. Whew. So beautiful, dude. Alright, bye Nagito. Appreciate you being here, buddy. What? I don't get that reference, okay? I'm not chronically online. Fuck up. That is beautiful. Damn. Author's note? Yeah, remember, we'll do author's note next stream, dude. I've been live for 5 hours. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. No wonder you'd see this guy and you'd be like, Chief, I don't mean to distrust him. Listen, I'm really glad to have an outsider, but this guy's out of his fucking mind. Okay? Listen, I'm sure he's super strong. I'm sure he could be handy, but he's out of his fucking mind. We can't trust him. Fuck. Oh my god! Look at this! Klein's being like, what, you're afraid of these two guys? Why? Because they're 11 feet tall? I would be too, if I was a little bitch. Oh, this looks so cool. This looks like this looks like, oh my god, this looks like Escanor approaching Estarossa. What the fuck do you mean, Luvion? Oh, hello, I have arrived. That's really cool. I am so close, drummer. I am so close. What the fuck? No, Luvion, don't clip that, please. That's nice too. Jeez. Oh. Wrong side, but very cool in essence. Unless this is, I mean, I guess it could be flipped. Thoughts on the entire story? Lesnia, it's so fucking cool, man. What are you gonna do when you finish the novel? I'm gonna quit YouTube. Sound. Yeah, that's the plan. No. No, we're gonna do Mother of Learning. Maybe Perfect Run. And then ORV and then COI. This is the wrong side too. What the fuck are you guys on? Perfect Run is quite short, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Damn, yeah. Like you're telling me you look at this adventure and go, yeah, this guy's trustworthy. You're out of your fucking mind. Yeah, this guy's Chief. I don't know what these guys are on about. This adventure, totally trustworthy. Love them. COI then ORV. McSeely, we can do that. My problem is COI is so much longer than ORV, and my thing is I want to read ORV before the Donghua comes out in summer next year. And if I start reading COI first, I'm not going to be able to read it in time. Is my concern. That's my thing. Like that way I can make content about ORV when the Donghua comes out. It's like 500 chapters. It'll like we're 1300 chapters into Lord of the Mysteries right now. Be like 2 months, maybe 3. I think it wouldn't be that long. And plus, secondly, it is like Seer said, it's nice to have a little bit of a break, not because you're not enjoying the story, just to give yourself time to like actually be like, okay, I really want to I'm so excited to read it. Whereas I feel like if you jump right into it, you don't allow yourself to bring that to get that like sort of thing. ORV is fuck you. You know what? They're all anime. Okay, that's what I say. They're all anime. That's what I say. What the fuck is this? God, this is so cool. Dude, Sassrier. Oh, Sasser is so goated. Clock. This one is so peak. What the fuck? The fucking. There's the devil himself is in front of me. Put a clock on the wall. This will fix it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Derek, the Lightbringer, for real, bro. Oh my god, this is so cool. Is this Lovia just out of her fucking mind? Who is this? That I assume that call and you can catch these hands. Oh, this is so good, dude. This is so amazing. That's actually so cool. Lovia? Oof. Yeah, sorry about the bad music. That's on me. My bad. Yeah. I never betrayed the city of silver. Alright, so I guess we all shat on you for no reason. My bad. My bad. Listen, I'm still not fully convinced you were loyal. I'm still not. But like, alright, everyone seems to say so, so whatever. Alright, so real sorry, you did really put in the work there. I do appreciate you. Damn, she's dying in like the fetal position, you know? Oh, she was so cooked by the end. You know she was so cooked that she's dying in the fetal position. A demigod. Like, oh, we're so cooked. Damn, Lovia. You did good. Damn, you did. Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. Jesus. Oh, she's dying like Voldemort. Yeah. Someone's gonna say spoilers. I knew someone was gonna say spoilers. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. My God, you guys are. I'm actually starting to feel what I assume. You know, Klein was feeling when like half of his face felt like it was losing control. That's what I feel like when someone said like you're spoiling Harry Potter. I'm sorry if you haven't watched the movies by now or read the book, you were never going to. Okay, you just stop. What are you doing to me? Oh my God. Yeah, that's fine, Eridus. You haven't seen it, no problem. You were never gonna see it anyway. Then this. Sasser. Oh my God, bro. With the apple? Are you the devil himself? Did not betray the city of silver? I believe you. Maybe. Sometimes. Damn. Majestic. This is actually beautiful. This, I don't know if this is like commissioned or whatever, but this is amazing. Oh, he reminds me so much of Medici here. He's like, oh, like I only kill when I must. My only problem is I must like 14 times a day. It's a compulsion. I was gonna read Harry Potter. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Rui, my bad. My bad. Damn, those wings are so detailed. What the f- Look at this. That's cool. This is like very reminiscent of like Tower of God our art style. Hello. Hello. I'm just eating my apple, minding my business. Do you mind? Thoughts on ASG Sassrier's story? I'm still a little confused on it. I'm not even gonna fucking lie to you, Lesnio, but like, sounds cool. Also, I kind of like my theory that the true creator's got to be 3 people. True creator's got to be like the Father, the true creator, the Holy Spirit, Sassrier. There's got to be the Son somewhere. Oh my God, that looks so goated. Excuse me? Excuse me? Who made this? This is so goated. What the fuck? This is official? Oh my God. Spoiling the Bible? Who said anything about the Bible? Damn, you're an angel? I don't give a fuck. Alright, listen, motherfucker. One of us is gonna die here. Probably me. But there's a chance. We go hard! Damn, that looks so fucking cool. Oh my fucking God, how much artwork did you send? Aww. Dude, Geralt died? Oh, that's so sad. We loved Geralt. Chivalry is dead. We killed it. Chief. We did it. Like, he's just a little kid. This is so good. Like, even though like this should probably be the happiest moment of his life, he's so, because he lost so much, he's like, whatever, fuck it. That's beautiful too. What? Derek got his own, we saved Tingen. True. And he's only like a 15, 16-year-old kid. I love how this Colin doesn't look like he's hurt at all. This Colin is like, hurry up, Derek, you're wasting my fucking time. Look at his eyes. Just a little son. Wow. Excuse me? Oh my God. Colin's twin swords? Oh my god, that looks so beautiful. Squeeze me? This is so cool. Milos, thank you. And hey, everyone who helped out with the art, and anyway, thank you so much. But what? But like, oh my god, what the fuck? Where was Aww. Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. Thank you, Milos. Thank you as always, dude. My art go. Chief, don't die. Chief. Quantum, yes, true. True. Oh, everyone opening the door with him. I want to say what this reminds me of, but everyone's going to go spoilers for Naruto. So I'm not going to. Ken. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine. Fucking bro, you could be the god of what? You could be the god of fear. You could be the god of fear, and you see this fucking thing walking in front of you, and you shit your pants, and you go, I know nothing. What the fuck do you mean? Look at this scythe. This scythe could cleave the fabric of reality, and I'd be like, yeah, it tracks. Oh my god. Very gooner bait. Okay, very cool. Oh my, like, look at this fucking scythe. Oh my, what, that quality kick-in was kind of base though. What? Oh my god. No, I'm saying even if you were the god of fear and you see that walking towards you and you just shit your pants. Oh my god. Look at this scythe is bigger than her and she's like the size of a fucking mountain. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so cool. That's so cool. She's like, in my main hand, I hold the moon. That is not mine, but haha. Gotcha, bitch. What do you mean she got some long ass arms? How you think you can handle a scythe this big with short hands? What you thought this was? Oh, random bullshit go. If you don't want to get spoiled for Jujutsu Kaisen, this has been shown in the manhwa, this has been shown in the anime. But if you haven't seen the JJK anime and you do want to see it, click off now for a second. Okay, all right, that out of the way. Doesn't this remind you of like the Honored One scene? Like she's just sitting there, she's like, throughout the heavens and the earth, I alone am the Honored One. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? No, she's like dancing around. She's like, I got this, bitch. I'm chilling. Like, oh, the god of combat? No problem. Tuesday. Easy. Imagine when he reaches this. Alright. My guess is gonna be January. Is that crazy? I feel like 4 months. I don't know if that's too long or too short or anything, but because he's got to finish volume 5. After he does that, he normally takes like a week off, maybe 2 weeks off, right? So, like, I'm not saying I'm not saying like, oh, I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm just, that's my guess. What do you guys? Wow, that is, who made this, bro? Oh my god. What? Listen, he needs to read like 250 chapters. I'm assuming like 80 chapters, 80, 90 chapters a month. Like, I feel like that's, I don't think I'm being, I'm not being, you guys are actually gaslighting the fuck out of me. I'm not trying to be mean. Damn, these look so cool. Lilith, the Earth Mother. Holy shit. Dude, that was so clever. So are you telling me Lilith went to the Evernight Goddess and was like, yo, girly, listen, us girls gotta help each other out, okay? So how about we kill Ami Bella, okay? That bitch is, listen, she ain't one of us, okay? We don't like her. You hear me? So we kill Ami Bella, and then I become Ami Bella. I don't know about long finished sound, but it's very likely that I'll have finished the thing, yes. Oh, this is so cute. You thought but it was me, Lilith. Alright, have a good night, Quantum. I appreciate you popping by, buddy. Aw. Oh, you're so clever. So wait. Oh my god. Can you imagine what a fucking betrayal this would have been to like Bladel? Because wasn't Bladel like, am I crazy to think that, didn't Bladel, wasn't he Ormir's kid? Am I crazy? Am I making that up? Straight out of Skyrim. Wait, he thought that was his mom? So wait, you're telling me in all like 3,000 years, Bladel has never reached out to like the Earth Mother, like, hey mom, how's it going? How you chilling? No, he just never talked to her. He just never ever. What the fuck? What do you mean? Nightwalk not making any Yo Mama jokes on God of Combat? Nah, he just died. Nah, we'll give him some time. Evernight and Lilith. Oh. You get the moon. I get, the earth? I don't know. Just pretended to, like, you're telling me Bladel knew so little of his own mom that a random person was pretending to be his mom for 1,000 years, and he was like, yeah, you know what, mom's just changed her personality recently, you know? She's going through a lot. Like, she just became a god. It's a huge transition, you know? She's just a little, she's just a little, you know, out of it, okay? Everything's okay. What the fuck? Wait! Ramiro, you're right! Evernight got the warrior pathway. Doesn't that mean she has all three? Of the ones that are interchangeable with her and stuff? She has Sleepless, she has Corpse Collector, she has a fucking... No, she has Warrior. She's gonna rise to be a great old one now, or above the sequence, or whatever. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn. Which one is... So wait, is Lilith? So wait, Lilith probably already is a great old one then, right? Warrior Pathway Sequence 0. I don't know that one, McSeely. Lilith is already because she has the... Oh, because she's the planter pathway. No? No? Am I crazy? Because she... Because she's Amibella now, which means she has the planter pathway. She was always Lilith, which means she controlled the apothecary pathway. So it makes sense. She has both of the aren't those two the only ones that are interchangeable? Is there a third one? I don't see it in my notes. I don't think so. What the fuck do you mean she only got the moon now? She already... Whatever. Audrey's sitting there, she's like, I'm golden. Wow, that is so beautiful. Light was the meaning to everything. Oh my god. Second creator, Lord that created everything, God Almighty, the ancient sun god. I swear, the more I think about it, like, what the fuck is the ancient... What was in the ancient sun god on? What is, like... He walked out of Chernobyl. What the fuck does that mean? Like, he just woke up randomly? Because there was no cocoon for him. All of ASG. It was on Fan. Oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, dude, whoever this artist is, I fucking love them. Because they're like the only one I found that that has like a... And this one. That's made like a cover art for every single volume. It's so fucking goated, dude. Derek holding the fucking unshadowed crucifix or whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Sun? You can already guess it, but it's okay. You walked out. No, Merlin. Yes, I understand the fucking words, you genius. I mean, how did this guy who seems to remember? I would assume, knows some stuff of the past world. I think, because like all of this Jesus shit stuff kind of feels like he remembers. So why did everyone else have to be put in like a cocoon, something, be broken out, something, and ASG was like, nah, it's time to just... he wakes up from like a midday nap and he's like, what the fuck is going on here? He's like, I want to sleep at like 6 o'clock. I know it's like a bad time to sleep, but like, what the fuck is going on here? Very cool. Very cool. Already sent, by the way. Milo sent everything. Wow, that's so cool. Don't worry about that. He's just built it. Oh, thanks, Merlin. Didn't think of that. My bad, brother. The average Ukrainian just tank the... So you're telling me Chernobyl happened and ASG was like one of the workers in Chernobyl, so he took in so much radioactivity he became the original creator? That's what you're telling me? He went back in time because of the sheer amount of radiation he absorbed? True. My bad. Didn't think of that. He was just built different. He accommodated so much radiation, he went back in time, created the universe. My bad. Dispute. Mom, Dad, I made it. Susie's the actual goat for placating everyone in Backlund while Audrey's out doing some shenaniganery. Jesus Christ. Hello. He used atom fission on his own brain to preserve his consciousness through the original apocalypse. Do you know what fission means? What? What are we talking about? Very cool. Yeah, sir, totally. We should trust this guy. He seems great. Audrey using her mythical creature form? Oh, you done fucked up, brother. Damn, that looks so fucking cool, by the way. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up, Pushkar. Cheryl Club is penguins. This is so cute. Alger with the great hair. Audrey, always her pendant. Your little son, taller than everyone. Boris. Gio, shorter than everyone. Aman, walking very proudly. Excuse me, who's this? Derek? Or no, oh, sorry. Leonard with the palas, I guess. The world? If only Forrest could see half crazy Gehrman. Gehrman? Is that the world? Oh, Cat Leia. Oh, I see. I just forget about her. We don't think about her. No, I'm just kidding. Gehrman also wears glasses, okay? Sassrier, kind of based. Or farming even in his sleep. Father, forgive my sins, for I'm about to kill 3 children. Damn, those are some very manicured eyebrows, I will say. God. Oh, that is really cool. That is really cool. Hello, can we be friends? Can we be friends? I help you kill a god, you help me kill a god. Help each other kill gods, you know? For real, for real. As girls, as girlies, we gotta stick together, you know, in this harsh world. The end of the artworks, and I didn't skip anything, Milo. You should be so proud. You should be so proud. Okay, alright guys, we gotta really end stream. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours straight. My ass hurts. I'm not used to sitting this long, okay? Alright. As always, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. For so fucking long. Man, that was a long fucking stream. Thank you so much, everyone, as always. I can't even fucking... Yeah, man, holy shit. 6 months. 6 fucking months we're coming up on. Alright. Everyone, have a great rest of your day or nights. I probably won't see you guys tomorrow, but I'll see you guys Monday. And we'll get started on Volume 7, and Klein should probably be an angel in, ooh, I don't know. What would I say? Next 5 chapters, I would venture to say. That's it. Catch y'all soon. Bye, guys.